Play screen. No, I don't want that. Display screen. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Sup, Gabriel. So this is just gonna be random. It's just gonna be whatever I want. Talking about whatever, watching whatever, playing whatever. Whatever happens, happens. So, numerology. Yes, numerology and things like that definitely do prove the existence of God. You know, I think it's funny that you got these atheists and stuff. You know, the thing is, like, they are against you know, they say they don't believe in God or whatever, but I just think it's weird how they're very like persistent with proving God doesn't exist. And you know, a lot of them it takes over their entire life. Like, you know, it becomes their own, you know, they're a part of these like communities and stuff. And I didn't even know that these were even still communities. But yeah, they're still around. I thought they died out in like 2013, but no, they're still around. And it's just funny, like these people, like that's their entire life is exposing people. And it's just really depressing. Um let's hold on. Exposed. Numerology is a scam.
Guys, did you know that if you see the number one, everyone...
Guys. Okay, right off the bat.
Today in your life, it means...
Is it possible for me to join a call and chat with your face? Yes. Do you want to... I have... Okay, so... I have a few options. Actually, I could just call you on it. I could probably just call you on Instagram through the computer. Hold up. Just doing that so you don't see my personal info. That could probably work. Yeah. Can we like live stream a call? Well, did you want to do IG live? I don't know if I can capture it on the computer. Because I can call you on Instagram and then I could just screen capture or call. No, there isn't. There used to be, but I mean, there used to be back in the day, but they got rid of that. Most people call through um other sources, whether it be Discord or Zoom or whatever. But yeah, there used to be YouTube a lot. There used to be Google Hangouts, which was pretty easy to live stream through because you could just send a link to somebody and it would uh like anybody could use it. Like they just had to have a Google account and they would just you know show up. But that's not a thing anymore. But we can still talk on I can call you through Instagram and screen capture it, and then you'll be part of the live stream, and it will be a video call too. So it'll be pretty much the same thing. If we did Insta, could you also screen capture? Yes. So I think, hold on. All right, I'm gonna call you on Instagram. Allow. Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna have to. Let's see. Something. Try restarting Chrome or your computer. What? Hold on. It won't let me do it. What the fuck? Hold up. Maybe it's because I'm live streaming. What if I remove? This is a blank screen, so I wonder if that'll work. Okay, yeah, there you go. And then I'll display capture. There we go. Hold up, I'll be right back.
Yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, man? How are you, bro? What's up, man? Happy
Pretty
birthday,
good.
by the way, bro. Happy
Alright,
birthday,
thank you.
bro. How old are you? You're like 25 now, right? Or something? I saw you
Yeah.
made like a video. That's cool. How is it like? I mean, I'm 22. I'm about to turn 23. Well, not about to turn 23, but in June. And I was thinking the other day, I was at night, I was just kind of anxious and I was like, damn, it's gonna be 2030 and I'll be 29, and it's gonna be 2031. And I'm gonna be 30 years old, and I was just thinking, you know, how crazy that is. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna
kind
be
of weird.
I'm gonna be 30 in 5 years.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird to think about, right?
Yeah.
That's what that guy from the album Disintegration by The Cure. It was written mostly out of his like existential feelings about turning 30. It's kind of a big it's a big milestone, I'd say. You know,
Yeah.
definitely a big milestone. Time, and as I get older, I keep feeling like time is moving more quickly somehow. I feel like life is going faster. Not really sure why.
Yeah, definitely. Um,
Yeah. So you want to talk about numerology?
yeah, we can talk about numerology.
Yeah. I was actually making a meme about kind of like numerology, but the Fibonacci sequence. On the account that I have, Dreamers,
Mhm.
and it truly is ubiquitous. It's really everywhere. It's in nature, molecular, quantum, up to macrocosmic, and they even have this. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Truly does kind of prove the existence of God, I guess you could say.
Yeah, well, it's also important to note that numbers were discovered. They weren't created.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it predates like everything. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the reason why. I mean, why else do we use numbers anyways? Or why are we so obsessed with numbers? Why do we age things? Why do we have calendar dates?
hmm
Why do we have anything? It's like all the holy books and all religions, they have numbers all over them and stuff. And I've had people like trying to say that like all these like religions, like either like Christianity or Islam, they contradict numerology. Like you can't have both at once.
yeah,
A lot of people say that, but even though there's numbers all over those books, and a lot of the numbers do have significance and things, and that's why people make a
hmm
big deal about Jesus dying at 33,
yeah,
and 33 is the number of well, it's influence, but also a lot of trailblazers or like innovative people have 33, or
hmm
are life path 33s, or just have the association of 33. And also that's why you have things like Freemasonry, the 33 degrees. There's it has to do with influence, and obviously Jesus was is the most influential figure ever. And I'm not saying Jesus is a 33 or anything like that, but yeah, and so, and obviously when it comes to being a trailblazer, obviously, so Jesus
hmm
fits that. Jesus is the most, yeah, influential figure ever, impactful figure ever in throughout history, more than
yeah,
anybody.
yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, he's probably most influential ever. Yeah, I'd say you're right. You know, almost like every religion has like with the Jewish stuff, you have like gematria, and then you have a lot of different. In the Bible, like in the New Testament and the Old Testament, there's a lot of reappearing numbers, and there's also like astrological references too. Um, I'm not really necessarily too Christian myself or anything, but
Mhm.
I think it has some truth. I think it really does have some truth to it, and I think that it's I believe in a lot of what Christ said and everything like that, and it's yeah, I'd say that numerology is very real, and numbers have a lot of significance symbolically. Like Tesla was talking a lot about that too.
And he was a life path 33, I believe.
Tesla, yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny, right? It's
Well,
very
it's funny
funny.
too because Tesla was he was obviously in science and stuff, but he was a spiritual or spiritual person. Also, he would do things to himself to mess with his psyche, like to channel certain frequencies, like
Oh yeah,
his sleep
yeah,
schedule is
yeah. The
I think it was
hypnagogic,
like 10
yeah, hypnagogic hallucinations. That's what it
yeah,
was. Yeah,
yeah,
that was really interesting. Yeah, I think it's called the Uberman sleep cycle. It's where you sleep in like increments throughout the day. The cycle of the day, it's like split up into certain increments, and for some reason, it like he had some kind of idea about the pineal gland and um, the chemicals that it's something for creativity. Da Vinci did it too,
you're living
and
your best life. And if you
what's
see the
his
number
name?
5 today,
Dali,
that
Salvador
means
Dali did the same thing.
absolute
A few
jazz.
people have. It's very interesting. But yeah, the Fibonacci sequence. I mean, that's basically just like the material version or the material equivalent of the code of a computer. It's kind of like the
hmm
code of life. And you see a lot of these repeated codes. And you can't really look at stuff like that and say, oh, well, it's just coincidence. That's what a lot of scientific materialists like to say. It's like, oh, it's just coincidence.
right.
It's really nothing. It's just with this amount of odds, like it's likely to happen within 500 quadrillion years that it would be structured in this way. Like they have that type of mindset. But I think
hmm
that's kind of like I think that's kind of like limiting, I'd say. I think that's a limiting perspective
Yeah.
to think.
Well, I think it cracks me up when there's people that say that that we live in a simulation, but they say that they don't believe in God or anything like that, but they pretty much just said that they believe in God.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same thing. I mean, God, like even if you're Christian or a Muslim or whatever, the word simulation doesn't automatically mean, oh, it's a computer
No.
program. It could mean, I mean, reality is simulated by God. Like that doesn't mean that it's a matrix. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe like, Gnostics, like that religion, they say that, oh, life is a trap. But, regardless of what you believe in, life clearly has a code, and there are certain fundamental laws to the universe that
hmm
dictate everything, you know? So, what's your
Yeah.
life path number again? It's 5, right?
Yeah.
5, right? Yeah. What does that entail for you exactly?
5 is the number of it's kind of associated with freedom or I guess rebellion or liberation or something like that, and also
Hmm.
it's a sign of or sorry the number of sex or I've heard travel, so it's kind of I guess anything to do with freedom, I guess.
Hmm.
So I guess a lot of those things would like travel because you're not stuck in one location. You're open to moving, and then sex because it's an open thing. It's not it's a very liberal number, I guess you
Hmm.
could say.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I've also
So,
heard that
basically,
fives
with that.
is considered the most
Hmm.
attractive number. People always joke it's the number of good looks because a lot of models and things are fives, and if you look up famous life path fives, they're almost like you cannot find like an ugly person.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think numerology affects like your physical, like your physiology or something like that, similar to how
I
like your
feel
rising
I,
sign in astrology affects your
yeah, I think
physical.
it might affect rising sun. I don't know about physical appearance specifically, but it might be how you carry yourself or present yourself to the
Mm.
world. I think. I noticed that there are certain patterns with certain people, even people I know. Like even I know a couple other fives. My roommate's actually a five, and fives also are known to they're kind of known to be kind of youthful. So,
Mm.
or so me and him, we kind
It's
of
interesting.
youthful vibe, or there's also another five I know that she looks a lot younger than she does. And it's funny because, and it's probably somebody you know on Instagram, but it's funny because it's the number of sex. I just found out recently she's a five, and she's always posts like very like sexually provocative pictures and stuff, and it's because five, is very sexual. There's also a lot of
It's
porn stars.
libidinal, yeah.
A lot of fives are in
Oh,
porn.
really?
Yeah,
That's
actually,
funny.
most majority of porn stars are sevens. Interesting enough, it's
Fives
funny
and
because
sevens,
seven's not really
basically.
associated with sex, but seven's
Mm.
really good with it's what's intellectual, so that's why they're probably really good, successful. It's because it
Yeah.
takes a lot of brains in that business to maneuver, and there's a lot of analyzing. You have to analyze a lot. There's a lot of thinking that goes
Oh yeah, it's a market.
along.
It's a
Yeah, and
market.
so
Yeah.
that's why they're so successful. And two, the
Mhm.
seven, a lot of them are probably more detached sexually, because
Mm.
they're not like in it just
Oh,
for the
so they
sex.
can.
Because like
Oh,
some people that might be
yeah.
really into it for the sex might not succeed as well because they might get too indulged in the
Uh huh.
the vice of what is porn and stuff. And so yeah, so sevens are really good at detaching from themselves, and
Detaching their
is
emotions, or just from their
yeah, yeah,
sexuality.
sevens are good at well, sevens can be really attached to their emotions and actually really trapped in their emotions. So sevens
Mm.
can get really trapped, and so like if a seven so like sevens can get really hyper focused on something. So like if a seven's learning let's say they're just learning everything about astrology, they might be trapped learn about astrology for like 6 months straight, and they never done anything else in
Mm.
their life in the meantime, and they've just been hyper focused and trapped on learning about everything about astrology. I
It's
would
kind of like numerological autistic fixation.
yeah, and that's probably part of the seven with porn, because that's their entire lifestyle. They're just trapped
Yeah.
constantly networking with people constantly. So sevens are really good at like plunging through in something, and
Being
like
dedicated.
they'll never be
Yeah.
they'll just be trapped there. Do you know anything about Enneagram? Now, when I mean Enneagram, I mean personality, like
Yeah,
MBTI
isn't that
related.
similar to yeah, isn't that similar to MBTI? It's slightly different
Yeah,
though, right?
and that's why when I type people, I say this person's a 7 8 and stuff like that. That's kind of like their
Enneagram
subtype.
combines, right?
So like
It
like with the
combines.
MBTI type, that's kind of like their subtype. The Enneagram is almost their
Mm,
subtype of the
mm,
type. And so Enneagram is just works like MBTI. There's no like you're born this and you forever will be this. It's all
mhm.
opinion pretty much. But life path number seven is very similar to the Enneagram number five. It's very
Mm.
very similar.
Oh, I did Enneagram. I did a test. I forgot what it was though. I forgot. I wish I could remember. But yeah,
Yeah,
I did
so
it.
it's kind of funny because it almost does look like numerology, because the numbers, but they
Hmm.
are different from each other. So like Enneagram one is probably similar to, or sorry, it's easier to start with life path numbers. So life path one is probably similar to Enneagram one or three or eight, and then two is
Hmm.
probably like 2, 6, 9, and then
Mm.
three is probably like 3 and 7, and then four is probably like 1 and 6, and then five, life path number five is a lot like it's pretty much Enneagram 7, and then life path 6 is very like 2, 6, 9, 1 also, and then life path number 7 is pretty much Enneagram 5. Life path 8 is probably very similar to 3 and 8 and 1, and
Mm.
then life path number 9 is probably similar to 1, probably 5 of it, And so yeah, I can go on and on, but it
That's
is
cool.
funny
Yeah,
though
do you
that
think there's
Enneagram is some of the
Mhm.
numbers do fit in with the numerological numbers. They do fit exact.
Mm.
And I do have a theory. I don't know the full history of Enneagram, but I have a feeling that it is influenced by numerology that they used it. I feel like they did
Mhm.
use it as a reference point because it's
Oh,
almost those two
definitely. I think it
similar.
does. Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely has like it's correlated.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially how some of the how a lot of them correspond to each other.
But also
It's
too,
definitely
you know how I
correlated. Yeah.
said numeral or life path number 5 is similar to Enneagram 7. Um, in
Mm.
Enneagram
Mhm.
system, there's numbers that disintegrate. So when you disintegrate, you become almost the other Enneagram number. And for 5 in
Mhm.
Enneagram, they disintegrate to number 7. So that's why I say we got the integration disintegration numbers, like what they integrate disintegrate to. It does
Mhm.
correlate with numerology because even at first they're like, well, that these numbers don't correlate, but then you see the
Mm.
integration, the disintegrate number, like, oh, they actually integrate to that numerological number, disintegrate. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's all
Mm.
correlated.
So yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think a lot of those types of personality tests and stuff like that that are based on numerology
Well,
and
it is
astrology
weird
and stuff like
because
that are
if
correlated.
you look at like somebody's full MBTI type, their enneagram, astrology, life path number, it all it almost all correlates with each other. Like
Mhm.
I think all mine correlates. ENTP for probably forming three. I'm not sure about Enneagram. Probably forming three. Scorpio, Life Path 5, it all correlates because Life Path number 5, the number of rebellion or freedom, and then sex that fits in with like ENTP and Scorpio and
Yeah,
everything, and so
it makes
everybody's
perfect sense. Yeah,
yeah yeah
yeah, yeah. And it's kind of like the Enneagram 5 is kind of like the um, a lot of mythological creatures, a lot of mythological figures. I mean, have like a similar like it's like an archetype, I guess you could say. It's also an archetype like Prometheus and Lucifer too. Prometheus, Lucifer. What's the other one? Icarus? I don't know. There's a few. They all have the same similar kind of like rebellious, thing about them. Um,
right.
and I think it's kind of like no, it's not Sagittarius. It's kind of yeah, it's Jupiter. It's like that Jupiter energy of like wanting to break free and be unbounded and expansive, in contrast to like you know contained and stagnant, which is
Well,
It's good to be unbounded.
you know how so like the
Mhm.
days in the week, like Saturday and Sunday, and people always forget that those have meanings. The day of the weeks even have
Yeah,
everything has a
it
meaning.
correlate with angels and
Yeah,
a lot of other
everything has a
things, right?
meaning.
Yeah.
And so you know how Christians always their day of worship's on Sunday. That's always the day. But uh
It's partially pagan.
Jews or Cabals, or I don't know what you would call them, Cabals or whatever. They picked a Saturday.
Kabbalists. Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday because Saturn worships Saturn, and Saturn's I'm just kind of I'm getting started in learning this stuff, but yeah, it's you're worshiping Saturn energy, which is like not good. It's like a
Yeah.
rebellion. So,
I mean, it's kind of like that energy is kind of like a very fundamental force of reality, but it's not something that should be
yeah.
uh, focused too much on. But yeah, I mean, also I was reading back, because the Catholicism and Christianity kind of rose to prominence, and the church kind of became a thing because of a Roman emperor. What's his name? Starts Constantinople, right? I think that was his name, and he basically was a Roman Roman what are they called? Roman pagan, like the
Hmm.
guys who believed in like Helios and stuff like that. And there was a lot of each day correlating to a corresponding, I mean, to like a number or a angel, I believe. Also had like a significance in paganism too with different gods as well. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of symbolism to all that, and yeah, Jews have their own thing. Like they have Kabbalah and they have gematria and they have all that. And I don't really remember what other religions and spiritualities talk about numerology other than like um, gematria, but there are a few. There are a few. I think
Hmm.
Masons talk a lot about numerology, and a lot of people who have a lot of power in the world, they usually tend to think about numerology, and
Hmm.
they think about these certain things like numerology and astrology and stuff like that. And there are other forms of astrology too, like there's the Chinese zodiac. There's a Chinese zodiac. It works in cycles. Like I think every
Yeah.
10 years it changes to like a new age or something like that. And then
Hmm.
there's
There's
also
Celtic. There's
what's
also
that?
Celtic astrology that
Hmm.
nobody really knows about. That has to do with trees instead of animals.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well. It's all really interesting, honestly. I
Yeah.
think all of it has some significance, definitely. You know.
What's interesting about Chinese astrology, you have your years that are really good for you, and then you have your enemy years.
And that's relatable because I've had some shit years and then I have really good years too. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's a reason for that.
I also heard too that this is kind of I don't know if anybody had this idea before, but I think this might have originated because the enemy year thing has been around forever. Chinese astrologists and things always know about that, but uh uh there's that guy on YouTube and stuff. He was like the most famous numerologist, Gary the Numbers guy, GG33. He goes a step further and says that you shouldn't wear brands or drive cars or consume products like food or anything, even snacks that have to. There are companies that came out on your enemy year.
Wow. That's getting into schizo territory, but that's interesting. It's
Yeah, and
you're analyzing everything like, well, when was this fucking company founded?
yeah.
You have everything in your kitchen logged, fucking astrologically.
Well, and also too,
That's
the
a bit
clothes
much.
he says too, the clothes he wears and like the furniture he
Mhm.
picks is all his lucky colors. He does not wear anything that's not his unlucky colors.
I mean, is he lucky? Is he doing well? Maybe there's
Yeah,
some
he's
truth to it.
rich.
Who
He has
knows?
a family, and he's happy. But he claimed that's why he succeeded in life because he saw astrology, numerology, everything, and he followed it to a T, like so, like schizo, like perfectionist, and that's why he became, you know, uh, successful or had a happy life or good life and stuff. Even with his wife, he said was like astrologically perfect and stuff, and they've been
It's
together
interesting.
for 20 years, and then he did it on purpose. That's why he picked her because
Wow.
he was most astrology perfect or
Wow. Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's probably truth to that. I mean, very wealthy elite people, they definitely have a method to their madness. You know
yeah.
what I mean? A lot of them are very eccentric and they have very interesting schedules, interesting ways of doing things, interesting habits. Um, like Tesla, I remember reading about Tesla. Something about he would always like he was like really OCD about germs and he would always wash himself and stuff like that. That's just one example, but yeah, like Dali too. A lot of really great musicians have been very quirky and different. Like Jim Morrison and a lot of them had a very interesting quirks that made them very stand out a lot. I guess you could say.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
I think there's definitely some sort of strange uh, correlation between insanity and genius. Um, I think Schopenhauer said something like genius, talent hits a mark like nobody else can hit, and then genius hits a mark that nobody can see because they're ahead of their time, and it just comes off as crazy for people sometimes. I think that's true sometimes.
Right.
I think it is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say something. I don't remember what it was, but what was your Chinese zodiac sign again?
Oh, I'm the water serpent.
This.
So like water snake, water serpent or serpent.
Oh, a snake?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm the snake. I'm a snake, bro.
My conflicting sign is the monkey, which
Mm,
is actually my sister and my stepmom's sign, which makes sense.
it's interesting. Yeah. Oh, you don't get along with them. Yeah.
I
I
conflict a
think
lot.
there's
Um,
truth to there's truth to it. There really is. Yeah, I think the Chinese
and
were
then
right. There's
yours,
also
I
this.
forgot. What's your enemy sign? I think so. It's every 12 years. So, but it depends when you're born.
Yeah, I don't know what my enemy sign is.
So it's the pig.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
it's interesting.
Also, Gary, the numbers guy, is a snake, and he said he doesn't eat pork because the pig is his enemy. So that's how he actually said that.
Yeah, I don't like eating pork either. I'm not even Muslim or
That
Jewish. I
makes
just don't
sense.
like eating pork. Yeah.
You know what's funny too?
So
I
maybe
hate
it's
monkeys.
yeah. You
Like
ate
people think they're
monkeys.
cute and stuff. I've always hated them, and that
Oh,
makes sense.
you hate them.
It makes sense
Yeah.
because they're my enemy sign.
They're kind
Yeah.
of mischievous, you know.
Yeah.
They're
Like I don't trust them.
they're kind of like they're like the trolls of the animal kingdom. They'll take their shit and throw it at you, or they'll pee on you, or kind of
Yeah.
evil, you know. They rip
I'm a
people's
tiger.
faces off, and it's disgusting. It's very. They can be all right if they're trained properly, but if they're not trained properly, then
So
they
was
can be quite evil.
2007 and 2019 bad years for you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2019 was a bad year. 2022 was a shitty year for me. I did not enjoy that year too much. Um,
Uh, um, Mine, according to the thing, is 2004, uh, in 2016. Which
were those bad
2016,
years?
I the fun well 2004 makes sense because that's like when I enter kindergarten. Yeah, that's kind of around the time I started school, and that's when I had a hard, like I had a lot of like emotional issues, or like would like throw fits. Like I wanted to get kicked out of class. I would find ways. Like I hate school so much, so that makes sense. That would be my enemy year, and I wasn't like that, before. I mean,
That makes sense too. I think 2007 was the year I went to school too.
Yeah.
I think I went to school in 2007, so that makes I had a horrible time in school.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
2016 wasn't a great year. But actually, there was like 2014 was one of the worst years in my life. 2014, 2020 and 2021 were really bad. 2019 was great. I actually think 2022 was great for me. Which 2022 is actually my lucky year. So makes sense.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. 2018 was not a good year. 2017 was a good year for me. Despite there's some issues, but it was overall a good year. 2016, yeah, wasn't great, but I don't think it was the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. 2016 was cool. It was a lot of things happened in like pop culture.
Yeah, that was the most epic year in history.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
a
not
lot
the
of
most
things
epic.
happened.
It was probably the most epic year since 1969. Those are probably the two most epic years. 1969 and 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, they were. I mean, I don't know. I think there is some significance to Chinese zodiacs, but
Gary, a number guy,
I don't know
swears
if I
it's
would
like
ever.
the most accurate. Some people do like the most, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Their
I
argument
think
is
it
that
might be.
because it
I
has to
mean,
deal with like earthly things instead of astrological thing or outer space, like planets and stars and stuff, and that's their kind of argument. So it
mhm.
affects us more because it's closer to us or whatever.
I'm looking up the traits of the snake.
Snakes are usually
Chinese
considered
zodiac.
like highly intelligent. So make them almost intelligent.
Intuitive, sensitive, extremely competent, funny, diligent, imaginative, sympathetic, wise, persuasive, and passionate. Damn, well, I mean, the whole thing is just complimenting me, so I guess I'll accept that.
I'm a
You're a
tiger.
great person! Oh, what are the tiger traits?
Uh, hold on. Um, warm-hearted yet fearsome, courageous, fear danger yet yielding in soft and mysterious and unexpected places. Tigers are very confident, perhaps too confident sometimes. Although they love adventure and are addicted to excitement, it is better not to challenge a tiger's confidence.
Wait, are you... Hold up. I think you might... Hold up. Give me a second. I think you might be the same... Hold up. It's interesting. So you're the tiger, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know
Let
what's
me put
funny
this
is
into the...
my mom's also a
into the...
tiger, and we're actually very astrology compatible, but I do not get along
Uh-huh.
with him at all.
Yeah, I think that astrology, whatever form of astrology, has some truth to it, but I think that
But also
there
too,
are other things
there's
that
some other stuff
contribute. Yeah, there are
in
other
her
things that
chart
contribute
that
to.
well, obviously, well, like it's one of those things where if you saw her like sun, moon, and my sun, moon, you'd be like, oh, you guys probably have a good relationship. But then if you look at other stuff, other aspects, you're like, okay, probably not.
Hmm. Yeah, it's quite complicated. Like,
Also, her risings are conflicting. So,
oh, you're rising in hers.
hmm she's an Aquarius
That's
rising.
interesting. Mm.
I'm a
Yeah,
Cancer
sometimes I
rising.
don't really get along. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And mine's Gemini. So I'm
Okay,
not
so
sure
we
if
have kind
that's
of a
conflicting or
conflicting.
not. Yeah.
Because sun, water, and air don't usually go along, but water and earth
Hmm.
go best, supposedly.
What an yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I have a lot of air in mine, but yeah, I
I don't
think
have
that
almost
you
any
can be
air
a
in my chart.
really, it's mostly water, right?
Water, fire, and earth.
That's
Almost,
cool.
mostly water, and then fire and earth are kind of even. I think
Hmm.
fire edges it out a bit. I'm trying to remember, but yeah.
Is your chart more yang or yin?
I don't even remember the difference. To be honestly, I should know the difference. I don't know why I don't.
Yang is masculine and expansive, and yin is feminine and like
Oh, it's more
internal,
feminine.
lunar versus
More
solar,
lunar.
basically. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's mostly that's water. Yeah, yeah. I have a lot of lunar
Just so you
aspects to
know,
myself because of my cancer, but
it's
I don't know. It's complicated. It's like people like spend years sometimes studying it, and there's a lot of different factors that go into uh, astrology.
yeah.
That
Grape in the chat. There, yeah, there. I do hear an echo, but I have headphones in, and he does too.
Oh, is it coming from mine? Oh yeah, see right
Yeah.
here. Oh, is it bad? I wonder.
It
Hope
wasn't
not.
that bad, but
Mm,
yeah, I can still
but
hear myself.
yeah, I think that the do you believe in reincarnation? Do you think it has truth to it? You think it's totally
I
bogus?
believe we constantly enter different realms each life.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be reincarnation, but I believe that we've been in many realms. I don't think the realms that are necessarily like this.
Mm-hmm. Like different dimensions, different realms.
Yeah,
That's cool. Yeah, makes sense.
I don't actually believe that the two lives is just. I don't believe there's just life in the afterlife. That's it. I
Yeah.
believe there's infinite scale, and you're
Mm-hmm.
constantly in each time you're moving constantly at.
I believe the same thing. I believe a similar thing. But yeah, people sometimes say that you can find like the sign you were in a past life through like your south node, and your karmic wound is your chiron. That's what you have to like deal with in this life. You have to overcome it. It's like a karmic kind of like karmic thing where you have to overcome these trials. And I think that's kind of interesting. And mine's in Sagittarius, so it's all about like
Wait,
purpose and like reason and like meaning and shit. And I think that's pretty accurate because I'm pretty existential a lot of the time. Is somebody asking us to do something in the chat? I'm in the stream, Ash and Gabe. Check, check. Oh, she's in the stream. Wait, so is the stream still running on YouTube? I can't hear you. No volume. No volume. No, 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 no. No volume. No, no, no. I can't hear anything.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me?
Hello? Oh yeah. Hey. I wonder what happened.
I unplugged a bit. I don't. This microphone
Oh,
always
okay.
unplugs. Uh,
Oh, cool. Yeah.
well, so Kyrie, what did you say? So South Node.
The south node is the way that you can find out what your sign was in a past life. So apparently I was a Capricorn.
Hmm. Yeah. Is it now? South? See. I don't know much about the nodes. Maybe I should. Obviously, I'm not an astrology expert as a lot of other people. Is true. So true node's not the same as south node.
Hmm?
Is true node the same as south node or north
Mm-mm, I think
node?
it's different. Yeah, it's different. North node is about I think your current life path, and then south node is about what you learned in your past life.
Okay, I'm pulling my chart right now. My new one, because I don't think I have a screenshots of my chart, but I don't think it has that listed.
Mm. Yeah, it says North Node represents where you're headed in this lifetime. Some might say it's your destiny or a purpose to develop in the direction of the North Node. Ancient astrologers described eclipses using the image of a dragon swallowing the sun or moon in the moment when that luminary loses light.
Okay, so my south node's in Aquarius,
Mm.
so
So
that
that's
means
what you were in a past life,
Aquarius
basically.
in a past life.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
And
very
then what was
interesting.
North Node or
North Node
True
is your
Node?
path that North Node is what you have to do in this
Leo.
life. It's like your purpose.
Leo.
Oh, cool.
So that would be
So you
like.
have to.
That's why I always feel like I have to be as performative or like out there as possible, maybe.
Yeah, like a performer or something to do with like show business or something, or like cinema or like I don't know, something like that.
Whoa, when
It's
I
interesting,
found
right?
out that when I was not just a Life Path 5, but born on the third, that makes sense. The Melver communicator, they got the mouthpiece, and also common with comedians, performers, and almost all podcasters are threes or born on the third. So it made sense.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Life Path Leo, that's very much so a performer. Like you have to, it's about performing in
Humorous.
like talk show stuff, yeah, stuff like that, or yeah, pretty much. So that's pretty much an indication of what you should do, I'd say. You know,
Wow.
I think mine's in Cancer, so
What would that be?
I don't know that one. Having to do with like home and like sentimentality and stuff, emotion. My
Hmm.
son's in Cancer.
Interesting.
Very interesting, right?
My
What do you
Chiron's in
think my
Scorpio.
oh, your Chiron's in Scorpio. Let's see what that means.
I know. I
Chiron in
think that's like a
Scorpio.
bad. That's not a good placement. Usually, it's like a depressing placement.
Yeah, that means that well, you know, Chiron is just Chirons in Scorpio tend to be direct, devoted, and empathetic. Many Chirons in Scorpio struggle with issues related to their relationships, worldviews, and worldviews. Learn to heal from your emotional wounds by acknowledging and embracing your fears rather than running from them. Um,
Yeah.
you Chiron in Scorpio gives you the ability to fully empathize with the emotional and intense pain of others.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah.
Chiron in Scorpio could influence hurt or loss, be them symbolically or material, along their lives. Scorpio is a mesh of intense emotions, and people with this. Hold up. Hold up. Damn, what the fuck? Sorry, it's bright. It's bright. I just got blinded. Ah. Oh. Currently, Scorpio could influence hurt or loss, be them symbolic or material, along their lives. Scorpio is a mesh of intense emotions, and people with this positioning in their charts can have more empathy and psychic abilities. These characteristics are improved through transformative experiences. The more they live, the wiser and more intuitive they seem to become. They are more likely to get hurt by those they love or to have suffered great losses. Often they want to get to know others deeply, but to deal with these emotions, they need to know themselves better first. However, even when they can't deal very well with their personal issues, they are able to help others heal their wounds and resolve issues in their lives, especially through their experience with their own resentments. In any case, it would be good to balance their emotions, maybe letting go emotionally of any deeply buried negative memories. This could help to heal wounds and the feeling of losses and damages. Those with Chiron and Scorpio could suffer losses of any shape or form very early in life, or they could feel as if something died inside of them due to irreplaceable losses. Maybe they are afraid of losing their power to dive deep into others, or they feel powerless. When the feeling of loss is strong and continuous, they could worry too much about losing material goods or loved ones. A useful tip would be to appreciate life lightheartedly, since even when we lose something or someone, life goes on and will be richer and more experienced through what we own and have conquered.
Hmm.
Damn.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Did that hit?
Yeah.
Mine hit too, to be honest. I'm existential as fuck. I get something hit too. I got hit by something recently. I got hit by like a reading, and it was something to do with like my chart. It was like you, something about constantly feeling misunderstood or constantly feeling like lost or some shit. And I don't remember what placement it was, but I have a friend who's a great mystic, and he has done like soul travel and like really intense meditations, and he has like got into contact with like his past lives and stuff like that. And he was like, he said something like, "Oh, you know, you have to deal with this karma, and this karma is gonna make you feel like people betray you or something. I don't know, something like that." And I was like, "Damn."
Oh
But
no, I'm probably going that direction.
going into what direction?
Though you said about your friend or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you're going into like the deeper
Oh,
mystic
I'm just saying I
level
might
thing?
go there. I might go there one day. I'll probably go there. It would not be shocking.
Shocking to go there. Go where exactly?
Do what he did.
Oh yeah, like experience like your past lives and stuff like that through like meditations and like psychedelic stuff.
Not
Like he
just
he did
not just
psychedelics.
that, but that whole like I could see myself. Don't be surprised if one day you're like, oh yeah, Ashes somewhere in bumfuck nowhere meditated under a tree. Don't be surprised.
Ash is in fucking Tibet.
Yeah.
Ash is in Tibet and under a tree right now.
No, but this is what's interesting.
Yeah.
Is I said earlier how the astrology, the numerology, everything's all kind of interconnected. But
Yeah.
also, it's interesting how all of the signs or whatever they all have to do with kind of like my life path, not just life path number, but like everything is pretty much saying that I need to like more freedom or more loose or more I almost need to like because I even like I guess you could say even like I still I don't try to like put labels on anything, but I always am like kind of in a bohemian type state, and I could see myself being soon becoming full blown like like nomad and things like that. And it's interesting, and I feel like my life's always like built up to that point, or it's always a constant everyday thought. And it's interesting that my life path number, all this stuff is pretty much saying like, yeah, that's your life path, that's it, the freedom to try, like that is it. It's literally saying,
Mhm.
even like the north was it the north node Leo, it's like saying like, because there's always those thoughts like, or no, no, I don't really get this, but like like people like trying to like talk me out of all this stuff, but I tell my soul that I talked about like, yeah, I could see myself being fucking Tibet and stuff. In my soul, I know this is where I'm supposed to either be, or I'm building up to go there, and it makes sense because almost everything, my type, signs, everything literally says I have to go like the North Node Leo, like be more perform. Like I have to go there. It's kind of funny. Everything is straight up saying, and I felt this before I even knew any of this stuff, years. And it's just
Mhm.
interesting how it's confirming it. It's like, yeah, you're supposed to be go that direction. Like it's literally saying, and it's in my soul deep down. It's literally like saying, I know it's where I'm at right now is the right direction I'm supposed to go. I just know it's supposed to. You know,
Yeah. I,
it's
I could
nonsense.
see you definitely like building up your name and being like some sort of like, I don't know, like internet talk show host, or like internet like something to do with like performance, or maybe like some sort of like director, maybe like a director or like a
Yeah,
writer or like a film
yeah.
guy or something like that. I think that would be good. That would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, honestly, when you see somebody's chart or like multiple different sorts of like personality tests and etc., they usually almost uh almost every single test will say similar things. Like if somebody, if one medium says be an artist, then a lot of other mediums will most likely say the exact same message. It's kind of interesting how it works, really. Um,
Right.
so they're all like related or something to
Well,
your
I think too,
soul.
like even
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I always I every scenario I was in, I always wanted to escape, and I not because of like I was an abusive well, I won't get into that, but like I not in like it could have been like a scenario where I'm just like, let's say if I'm like even in good scenarios, like I was like in a fucking birthday party at a Pizza Hut when I was a kid. Like it was a cousin's birthday. I've always had this feeling, I still to this day, that I just have an urge, like just for the fuck of it, to like always like escape. But also when I
Mm.
was a little kid, I used to like I remember this. I used to always like escape. I always like run away, like run out of places. Like my parents, I would just run away. Like in school, I used to get in trouble. Like I would just like see if anyone was looking, I would just leave the classroom. I would always like and then like I like be sneaky. I remember like times like teachers would chase me. I remember being a kid, a teacher chased me in the hallway through the hallway when I was like 6 years old
Mhm.
or 5 years old, like running, like escaping. I've always had that. That's always been built into me, and when I was like ever since I was a kid, but when I was a kid in particular, when I didn't really have a concept of a lot of this stuff, I remember like being in the back of the car, my parents' car, and I would we would be heading somewhere, but I would always look at these little locations, and I always think to myself like, why can't I just go there right now? Why can't I just go there? Why can't I just do this? Why do I have to sit here and do this? Why not? I'd be like I'd always have these thoughts in my head, like why not? Like parents would say, "Oh, we can't do this or we can't do that." I would always be like, "Why not? Why can't we stay the night? Why can't we do that?" And it sounds kind of crazy. Why not? And I um and so and it's just kind of interesting because it kind of fits in with me today. I think like even and I think it fits with life path number and things like that. It fits in with all that, and so
Mhm.
uh also when I was a kid, was always attracted to never really understood, but like like I used to think like hippies were cool, and I grew out my hair when I was a kid. I was attracted to like I would wear, well, I was really attracted to music and things at that time. And then when I was in like middle school to like high school, I got really attracted to like punk. I didn't dress like a punk or anything like that, but I got really into the music and the whole kind of lifestyle and everything. And everything's very consistent. It all has to everything has to do with like life path number five or just other aspects and things. It all just kind of gradually makes sense and everything. And I think everything like things you're attracted to as a kid or like certain things, it doesn't matter what it is. I think it does build gradually. It does affect your life path or the type of person you're going to be in a certain way. That's why there's certain people that
Mhm.
are attract. Let's look at the opposite.
Yeah.
Like there's people that are for some reason ever since they're a kid they're obsessed with weapons, military stuff, and then they ended up gradually like, oh, now they're in the military. They had no plans. They didn't think they'd be in the military. They just gradually went there, uh and those are probably like the life path number fours and stuff. There's a lot of the military like that, and so it, I don't know. Everything's always kind of a build up to something. There's always signs when you're a kid and stuff. You obviously won't notice, in the moment back then, but everything always comes back way later.
Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting how you were always getting into different sorts of like the hippie stuff and the punk, all that. Both of those genres, there's a very strong emphasis on like being counterculture or rebellious. Um,
And before even like the
and
hippies, before I even had a concept of that
mm,
stuff, like what the meaning behind it, I was just naturally right off the bat, and it's just really interesting.
it's innate. Yeah,
Also,
it's
too,
like
when
an
I was a
innate
kid,
thing
I
about
was
you.
really attracted. I didn't know the meaning of it. I was really attracted to well, like the occult stuff or like religious stuff or um like I used to think like we used to be like I used to like movies and stuff like witches or be attracted to that stuff, and now it's just kind of a built up today. I'm into the astrology. I have some fascination with the occult. I have more of an understanding than I had zero understanding what any of that stuff meant as a kid, but I was always attracted to that imagery and stuff, and so yeah, it's just kind of interesting. Everything's gradually
Yeah, and the blueprints of that are like in your chart, which is yeah, the blueprints of those tendencies are in your chart, so it's definitely not just a coincidence.
post that link on Instagram.
Yeah, you should.
As the
Yeah,
people
I
in
could
the
see you. I could see you. I could see you doing something like where. Do you ever feel in life that you're like kind of like claustrophobic or you feel trapped?
yeah.
Is that like one of your fears where you feel like trapped or
Um.
like you don't have a choice or something? Or one of
Well,
your
I
phobias?
feel stagnant. That's a good way to put it. Even if I do a lot of stuff, I always feel stagnant.
Mm. So you're hard on yourself, basically.
Um. Yeah, I guess. I suppose. I'm very competitive with myself. I guess. Like I. I mean, I kind of have to be when my whole lifestyle is because I try not giving myself any leisure time unless it's things like reading or watching a movie because there's a purpose behind it and or I'm learning something from it. But I'm very competitive with myself and I do it as a motivation thing because
Hmm.
if I don't then I'll just lay around and then I won't do anything. So I have to be. So if I don't want to do something, I have to pretty much yeah, even though I don't literally do it, but I have to like yell at myself to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to be conscious of what you want in life and what you feel. And I think you have that kind of figured out. Like you kind of know what direction you need to go into, and that seems to be what a lot of successful people have is they know what they're going for, like what their particular goals are. And just so they don't, because I mean, you could make progress, but like if you don't have an end goal, you're just going to be making progress aimlessly, like around in
Well,
different chaotic
that kind
ways.
of it, so no, I have goals, but I don't have I have like goals, but and so like I do different things throughout the day, but I won't focus on one thing for like an entire day. So I'll like split it up, and I guess sometimes it depends on the goal, how much I focus in on it. Sometimes I won't, focus in on something as much as I will as other things. So it ends up being aimless at a certain point, which is kind of a
Mm.
weakness I have, I guess.
I do the same thing to be honest. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is you seem to have like a certain level of like consciousness over yourself and who you are. Like you tend to have like a certain
Yeah, and well, that's why
idea.
too. I have I think I feel things, and my thoughts and things. I have kind of an intensity to myself, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's why like
Hmm.
my parents or I've had other people thinking I'm like an angry person or something like that, but it's just I'm not angry or anything. It's that I'm passionate, or I strongly know what I want to do or what I want to say and things like that. And also the whole thing where I have to talk myself into doing things I maybe not want to do, but I know like things I plan for myself, and then like a lot of people, they plan something, and then when the time comes they talk themselves out of it because there might be like a fear or something, and I push myself to do the things I don't want to do it. And so if I have that mindset every single day 24/7, so I can come off intense and stuff, but I'm not like an angry person or anything. I'm
Yeah.
not angry. I'm not depressed or anything. That's not why I talk the way I do. But a lot of people because a lot of people just don't have that mindset, and so a lot of people they go through the day, might work, and then there are a lot of people's lives is just work and relaxing, and that's it. That's their only two realities, and I don't have that. And even when I'm working and stuff, that's not the end all. That's like the very small chunk of the day. Very like there's other things like most people they they work a long day at work, and then they're like, finally it's over, time to kick back, crack open a beer. I'm not. The day's not over. I'm going, and also too, I want to make this clear. When I'm talking about this, I'm not saying that every day. I mean, some days I do, obviously. Uh, I'm not like fucking David Goggins or Andrew Tate, or I'm not like when I go home from work, I'm like, oh, I have these businesses, I have all these screens, I'm like, have all these businesses, or I go on this 30-mile run. That's not some days things like that happen,
Yeah.
but a lot of times also my grind is literally me like reading or fucking whatever. Like it doesn't have to be an intense activity or anything like that, but it has the reason it has a purpose. And so I try cutting out things that are time wasters because those things have ruined my early life. That's the reason why I didn't do anything when I was younger, is because I was terminally
Yeah. Me
online.
too.
I was terminally online. I just
Yeah.
watched YouTube videos all day. When I was in high school, I had a serious porn addiction. Um, uh,
Relatable.
yeah, and so that stuff ruined my life.
Yeah.
And so and I hung around shitty people, and so I consciously now cut out things that are time wasters and things. So I don't, and also now that I'm 25, I made a point that I'll go even further with it. That I'll pretty much I still have social media, but I will not like go on there ever like to check things, and also I won't shit post anymore, and the only post will be like either things that have to do with projects. So even it could be like a live stream, maybe astrology or me talking, or art or something. I there from uh after this live stream, you will not see me shitpost ever again, pretty much. And I'm kind of done with that kind of. I'll still be on the internet doing stuff, but I'm done with the whole like internet. I'll still talk to people. I'll have social media to talk to people, but I'm done with kind of being this like haha ironic figure. I'm kind of done with that. I'm going
Yeah.
all in on everything, and so yeah, I'm not really. I want to live as tangible as possible, so that's why I'm gonna be reading more books and things like that, and I'm gonna be outside, and I'm also gonna be traveling and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna be more in the real world more often and stuff. I'll be on the internet a lot too and talk to people and to post stuff and do live streams. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with social media itself. Even though I'll use it as
That's
a
good.
tool, even though I'll use it as a tool to talk to people and promote and things. That's it, or to create. That's it. I'm not. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, all technology is neutral. All technology, nuclear power too. I mean, it could be used as a fuel source or it could be used to genocide thousands, millions of people. So, same thing with technology. We have all this technology at our fingertips, but a lot of the time, and it's not really anybody's fault, but a lot of the time we tend to gravitate towards the low risk, high reward, kind of like hedonistic, dopamine addiction stuff, like porn or like even just social media. Every time you get a like, it triggers your dopamine, to go off, and it just,
Oh yeah. Also,
it very
too,
much.
further, I'm going further to social media. I'm not even going to be watching YouTube videos anymore unless it's I'm learning something or it's like music or a full movie or something. That's it. And yeah, and I've done these things, like I said, like avoiding time wasters. But the reason I'm even now more strict with this stuff, like cutting out the social media, is because I still did that stuff, and guess what it would do? It would put me back in that rabbit hole of time wasting. Even if I was trying to avoid,
Yeah.
like, I'd be like, oh fuck, I just realized I've been watching YouTube for 5 hours. I wasn't supposed to. And then especially
Yeah.
like the fucking like if you're on social media, that's it's the devil. Oh, here comes I haven't looked in a long time, but I'm getting kind of curious. Oh, this person does porn. Let me see what they look like. I'm curious. Oh, there's that rabbit hole. There's that porn rabbit hole. I'm done. I 30 minutes later or whatever it is. I'm like, oh fuck, what have I done? And that's the
Yeah.
thing. That's I have to cut out the social media. The problem is the time wasters. I allowed the social media. Like I can do a little bit. No, because that's what happens. It gets you down that rabbit hole, that degeneracy rabbit hole. And
Hmm.
oh, the porn. Oh, me talking shit about somebody, trolling. Because it's like the devil. It's like haha. Like it's like the devil flashing $100 bill in front of you. It's like you can have this.
Yeah.
And then you take
Yeah.
it.
No, it is. It's quite literally the spirit of the devil, like
Yeah.
unironically, because it gets like your base like lower human nature like
Yeah.
activated, like the fucking like core I need pleasure, I don't give a fuck like mindset. And that's a rabbit hole that most people fall down into, and I genuinely think that that's the reason why we see such a decrease in like art and creativity globally. I think a lot of people are wasting their potentials. I think the
Mm-hmm.
internet
Me.
can be used. Me too. A lot of people. I mean, almost everybody. It doesn't matter how high your IQ is or, you know, how creative you
I
are.
used to
Most
be
people
more.
end
I
up.
still am. I think my creativity has gotten better as I gotten older. But when I was like younger, but I'm even talking like when I was in middle school and early high school, I still use social media, but it wasn't as like bad as it is now. I was more imaginative. I'm not talking creative, but imaginative.
Yeah.
like creating. I had all these insane. I wrote some of the stuff down, like movie ideas, like out there cerebral shit. As a 15-year-old, I can't even do all that stuff now. I can't even create all that stuff now because I think all this stuff is ruined, man. And so also that's a partially the reason
I
why
don't
I'm
think
cutting
it's
out.
ruined. I don't think it's ruined. I don't believe that it's permanent. I just think that
Yeah.
the internet will do this shit to you to make you, it'll neutralize your creative ability because you're consuming so much
Mhm.
that your mind gets out of a producing like
Yeah.
mindset. It goes more into consuming and less into producing, or so it really is just like a devouring matrix. It devours potentials, and it's very dangerous. If I ever have kids, I do not want them to be online for
Yeah.
at least the first part of their life, because especially as a kid, I mean, think about it. Your brain isn't fully developed until you're like 25, 26. So how are you going to be on the internet as a kid exposed to all this shit when you don't even have the defenses? You don't even have the neurological defenses to deal with, or the maturity, the wisdom, etc., to deal with this. So
Hmm.
you just instantly, it works in this, like porn and internet addiction in general works in the same way that like uh, drug addiction works. So and you have pedophiles online. You have all different kinds of shit online that's dangerous
Yeah.
for kids to be around. And we don't really know how it's going to affect the later generations. It's already affecting us now. It's just going to affect us more. So, there was definitely a reason why the 70s, the 80s, all these eras, there was so much going on. I mean, if you look, bro, if you look, I was just thinking about this. If you look at like even just one country, if you look at England in the 1980s, 1970s and 1980s, bro, there was so much going on. There was so much music being made that there were great bands that would just go under the radar because there was just an excess of art being made.
Right.
There was an excess of art being made. We're bankrupt right now. We don't have shit being made. We have
Well,
like a
here's the thing
few.
too. I have this problem. I don't know if you notice this, but I can't even find people my age to even like hang out with. Just to
I have the
hang
same
out.
problem. Yeah.
And I get along. There's people like I almost befriend, like get along with. I'm like, yeah, let's do this. Go to the bar. I don't know. I just want to be. They always say this. I'm tired. I want to be in my room. I'm kind of depressed. I want to be in my room. It's weird. When all of a sudden all these people, everybody our age, in our age gap, they act like old people. Like they're living like old people. It is so bizarre, and I think that's part. That's partially on my chart. I got that North Node Leo Life Path 5. I want to go out there and do shit. I want to do create experiences and shit. I'm not gonna be sitting. I'm not gonna be fucking sitting around
Yeah.
like fucking like an old lady watching TV. Like what?
I mean,
It's
that's what a
just
lot of people do.
depressing.
Like the wagey lifestyle. Like people will have like an 8-hour shift, and then they'll finish their 8-hour shift. No, this is like literally almost everybody that I know at work, and not even at my work now, but like at many jobs that I've had. They have like an 8-hour shift, sometimes more, and then they get home, they smoke a blunt, maybe a few, and they maybe watch porn, or they'll maybe like watch a television show, like I don't know, fucking Game of Thrones or some shit, and then they'll just literally do nothing. Like they'll literally just go to
Yeah.
sleep. Like it's like what? And they'll get like takeout. They won't even go to the restaurant. They won't even go to like wherever they need to go to. They'll just get like Uber Eats, and then they'll just like waddle downstairs.
You know
I
what I
mean,
do?
almost
People think I'm
everybody
a
I know,
weirdo.
yeah.
I go out to eat. When I go out to eat, I'm almost always by myself. I go to the restaurant by myself. And I've had
Yeah.
people that saw me in public. They're like, why are you eating by yourself? Like they think it's weird. Like why would you do this stuff by yourself? And this is
It's
the thing
interesting.
too. It shows you too. It's like oh
Yeah.
you can't have fun or have like pleasure like by yourself, you have to you have to have somebody with you. You're not, to me, just says you're not comfortable with yourself, or you don't value yourself. Like to me, it's like, yeah, I should be able to do stuff by myself. I eat this good meal by myself. This is like a, good experience. I'm valuing this experience. It's like, why it just shows. And I go places by myself. I go places exploring by myself. I go to trails and shit. And it's only too that I think I value myself, right? And I honestly, I think I value life more than most people, because it shows like, oh, like
Mhm.
I'm having fun by myself, just like looking at these plants and stuff. That shows you that I like life. I think a
Yeah.
lot of people don't like life. They can't get pleasure off of that.
Mhm. Yeah, it does. It shows that you appreciate life because I mean, if you can't be happy doing things day to day by yourself, then how can you say that you love yourself? If you need to, like, if you're eating food and you can't like not watch YouTube reels while you're eating, and you can't be alone with your own thoughts, how can you say that you love yourself? Or if you can't like go to a restaurant and like eat and like just chill and like enjoy the fucking restaurant and enjoy the food by yourself, then I mean, having somebody around you all the time, having different people around you all the time. I mean, that's great, but I mean, well, you can't do it on your own. You can't enjoy looking at the sky by yourself. You have to take a picture of it and get a like so you can like have
Yeah,
validation. Like, look, I'm looking at the sky and I think it's beautiful.
and
Do
I've
you
done
think it's
stuff like
beautiful
that, but
too?
the thing
Please
is,
press like.
it's funny because
That's
most people, if
everybody.
they saw my Instagram, they would think don't leave the house, because it's almost always pictures and stuff in my house, because I do go out a lot. But it's because I don't document or say anything about my outings, or I don't say anything. Like I could, there's a lot of places I go to where it's like, oh yeah, I could take this I could do this and this, but I never do it. I'm just fully immersed. Also, this too, I realized that I almost have there's no pictures of my one ex I was with over a long time. I almost have no pictures of her. I have a few. She took a lot of pictures of me and stuff, but I have almost no pictures of her. And I realized it's because every time I was with her, I never felt the urge. I was just fully immersed, like, in them, like with like every day I was like with her. I never even thought of taking a
Yeah.
picture. Nothing. It's just like funny.
I was dating a woman, probably the girl I love most in my life, and she had a lot of problems. She was kind of like psyoped by like society, I guess you could say. Like she was very, very materialistic, and when we'd hang out, even if she really enjoyed hanging out, she would like have to like pull out her phone and like update everything happening all the time, or
Mhm.
she would start texting like, or she would start like googling shit randomly with like all the time, not even only just with me but with other people. She would like,
Mhm.
she like it was like a hypnosis, I guess you could say. And that's the way it is with a lot of people, and I've had phases like that as well, it's but you have to be able to enjoy life because I mean, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, and
It's weird.
also too, I want to say, like, because I talked about earlier about feeling stagnant and stuff, for like the combination of people that my age that don't want to go out and do anything, even the most basic stuff. And I'm kind of crazy. I want to go out and do crazy stuff, but they want to do the basic stuff. But also the combination of that, and the people and stuff that tell me like, oh, the idea is dumb, you're crazy for
Yeah.
even just
They're just
even some stuff isn't
closed-minded.
that crazy, but like, my view on things, and like the traveling stuff. Even I brought up to people about literally, the nomad stuff, and to me, like, these people, like, all this, like, people like that, to me, that, like, the stuff that people say like that, to me, that's like the devil. And I realized that until like recently. I'm like, oh, this is like the devil. I always feel like a lot of these people are like plotted in my life and stuff, it's like on purpose to like it is pisses me off, but it is supposed to. These people are purposely planning here to piss me off. Like it is these are the opposing forces, and everybody has their own opposing forces in life, and I think it's yeah, it took me a long
Yeah.
time, but I've had for my whole life, people say, "Oh, you have dumb ideas, you're this and that," but I realize these people are the devil. Like these people are purposely, they know. I just feel like a lot of these people, like it's almost in their life they were plotted there on purpose to like say that to like on purpose, and the whole point is to test
Yeah.
how I react, how what I do about it. It's the test, but it's almost is like the devil because I did listen to those people, and that's what all those people held me back. All those people's advices, everybody held me back because I was vulnerable and I
Yeah.
did listen to everybody, family, old friends, everybody, and all those people held me back in life.
Oh my God, bro, dude, my grandma is, I'm not gonna name docs, but she is a famous feminist, right?
Mm.
She was one of the founders of a feminist organization in New York, and she was a progressive, a leftist, and newspapers, television, whatever, all that. But, beneath all that, like, status, she was an incredibly abusive
Can
person.
you tell me through private
Um,
messages later who it is?
okay, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Um, so she taught her children from a very young age, like very leftist stuff. Like she basically indoctrinated her children. She indoctrinated her children into believing certain things, like marriage is bad, blah blah blah. Christianity's evil. Christianity was made by men to enslave women. Uh, all this stuff, right? And she actually made or contributed to a lot of her children being unhappy because she told them, you need to do this, you need to do that. And she was not worried about how her children felt about their own success and their own life path. She was worried about how her children looked successful because she wanted to look good through her children.
Yeah.
So it can be your own family, bro. Your own family.
Well, to
There-
me,
You know,
people in your life that do stuff like that and try to lead back to you. That is. I'm not saying they are necessarily evil people or anything, but I'm saying that it is. I say it is the devil. Like
it
and
is.
it's like I do feel like well that's
Because
what I
it's
say
something
too.
you
I believe
love.
that not
It's something
everybody
you
has the same
love.
life path, but I think
Y-
that
You know,
people in your life are planted there on purpose like that. To there's certain people to hold you back, and it's your opportunity to listen to them or not. It's
yeah.
your option, and I mean it's the same thing. Like I was, I'm using the devil metaphor, but look at Jesus' story. He's saying all this stuff. He listen, you're stupid, like you're dumb, like whatever, and they like crucified him
Yeah,
and
and
stuff, but he ended
everybody
up being the
everybody
right
hated
one.
him.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, everybody hated him. He was like, if the world hates you, remember that they hated me first or something, right?
yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. A
No,
lot of the
the
time,
Jesus
people that are
story plays in my
operating,
head a lot, because like
yeah,
I'm like, oh, and that's why like as I've gotten older, I see in life, you start seeing a lot of similarities and stuff. I'm like, this is what they were saying back then. In the violence, like, this all makes sense now.
yeah, it starts to become more clear as you get older. It's true. Um,
Well, this is a crazy
yeah, it
thing
is the
too.
devil. It's the devil. It really is. I mean, when people take you and they look at something you love and they say, "Don't do that."
Yeah,
Like that's disgusting. That's disgusting. I mean, a lot of the time they just see you doing something that you love, something that you enjoy, and something that could potentially make you successful, and they feel like they don't have that or that got taken away from them, so they want you to be on their level of having no purpose. It's kind of like when people see two people that are in love and they want to like break them apart. It's that same like evil, they have something beautiful and I don't, fuck these people. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's like this. It's like the same, like evil spirit. I don't know what it is, but some people get that way through life, and I think the way you react to life is a testament to your character. If you react to tragedy and misfortune, whatever, which is what's going to happen in life regardless, it's going to happen. You're going to have blessings and you're going to have misfortunes at different periods of your life to help you grow. But um, you know, people react to misfortune sometimes by becoming bitter, resentful, jealous, etc. And they see other people, younger people, and they're like, oh, fuck this person. You don't deserve this. Your shit sucks, blah, blah, blah. And then they gain some kind of pleasure out of that because it's like, oh, well, at least I'm not the only one who, wasted my potential or something like that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. It's like people like they want you to lose because they're like angry. I don't know. It's
Well,
weird.
I don't believe everybody has, I don't believe everybody has the same life path. So, hence the life path numbers. But I
Yeah.
believe certain people are made for certain things. And I think in your life, whatever your strong feeling or intuition leads to is what you should do. I think, regardless, like if it's if you want a more unstructured life, but then your intuition falls through and feels natural, you should do that. But if say you want to join the military and that's your intuition strongly suggesting you should do that, and if you feel spiritually fulfilled, then that's what you should do. I think.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Like I love music and that's what I'm doing and I don't
Yeah.
really give a fuck, you know, what anybody else thinks of my music or
Mhm.
of that idea. I think that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
but
I agree. Follow your heart. That's the most important thing.
yeah.
What do you see yourself doing with this channel like within a few years? Like, do you
I've
see
had this
yourself like
chat. I
growing it?
created this channel when I was 13.
Yeah, I know. I was scrolling through your channel. I was like, holy shit, 9 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah. It's only since 2022 where I kind of started taking it a bit seriously. Um,
Yeah.
this channel. I actually don't think this channel will be up. Probably won't be up. I'll probably removed since then. But in terms of content, I kind of don't. I don't know. Could see myself doing this stuff still, but I don't actually see. I feel like by then I'll like do like really like serious or bigger projects like movies or things like that. I could see myself doing
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah. That would be cool. Have you ever gone to college in your life before?
No.
Me neither. I
You know what?
haven't
This is the
either,
thing.
but I
The
think
future
maybe
question's always hard to me
it'd be good.
because my life has there's been a lot of rapid changes, and I have no idea what the future is gonna hold. I could even see myself being a completely like my life's going to be so like complete polar opposite of what I'm doing right now. Like I have no idea. Like I think anything's possible, and I'm not saying this as a depressive, like show offy way. Like some of these, like like even like some of these young artists, like bragging about dying young and stuff. But I could see myself I could see myself like not living to be old, not because of addiction issues or suicide or anything like nothing like that. But yeah, I don't know. Like I could see myself naturally like something happening or
Yeah,
whatever. Or
that's life. Life could take you at
yeah,
any time. You could die right now. You could have like a brain, what is it called when your brain gives out?
yeah,
an artery. I don't know what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
But you could have one of those. I could have one of those right now, and that's just it. It is kind of silly to think about the future because you can't really foretell. You can't really
Yeah.
say, oh, if I do this and this and this over and over and over again, I'll be here in this amount of time. Like you can't really do that because you could fall off a building and your legs could get cut off, or you could like, I don't know, turn schizophrenic randomly. So um, it's best to just do it day by day and work on what you love, work on what you're passionate about day by day because I think if you get too obsessed with like some sort of like outcome, um, I think outcomes are good, but I think if you get too obsessed with it, you'll lose sight on the now. And if you look too much
Yeah.
in the past, you lose sight of the now and you don't enjoy the now. Enjoying the now is the most important part of life. In my opinion, I think if you regret the past all the time or you're anxious about the future, you're gonna not really be living in the present. I think I think a lot of people don't live in the present. I think a lot of people live either in the past, the future, or like online or in some sort of addiction, whether it be drugs or the internet. I mean, like what I was saying earlier about the average like wagey lifestyle, working like 8 to 10 hours, getting home, smoking some weed, jerking off, watching a television show, and passing out, and getting takeout or getting food delivered to your house. That like NPC wagey lifestyle. I think not many people live just in quiet with themselves in their own brains. I think a lot of people would prefer to not be alone with their own thoughts and would rather do substances or uh, any other kind of coping mechanism because for some reason they can't deal with it, and maybe they lost the ability to do that because they're so used to having their anxieties pacified by the internet and by different external substances. So I don't know, just sitting with yourself and loving the moment with whatever is in it, the good or the bad, or just loving the moment and loving the peace by
Mm-hmm.
yourself and doing something that makes you feel happy, like drawing or writing some poetry or music or working out or whatever it is. And just doing that and enjoying it. Treating yourself how like you'd like a girl to treat you, kind of, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. The yeah, like like I'm in my room right now, and I got rid of a lot of my stuff earlier this year when I moved in this new place, just because it's a small room. But I look at all this stuff I have, and it really isn't much as most people. I mean, it's quite a bit, I guess. I look around, and I'm like, and that's why I'm like almost selling everything I have and getting rid of everything. I look at it, I'm just like, I'm like, oof. Like I get this this feeling in my stomach, like why did I buy all this stuff? And I enjoyed the stuff, but it just sits and collects dust, and it's useless. And yeah, and because I used to be very material, I used to like buy a bunch of stuff all the time, clothes, movies. I used to own a bunch of records. I used to do all this stuff, and then I'm like, it was just a waste of money because it just collected dust. I didn't use it, and yeah, I don't want to, and especially with the moving, it sucks moving all that stuff because it's just annoying. Because it's like, and in your deep down, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna like open this stuff, by the time I move in and stuff, and you know, yeah, I just look at the stuff. My goal is to get rid of all the stuff and only keep things that are like important, like basic needs stuff, and and I'll like my computer and stuff because anything I can create things with or generate money, and that's all I want. That's all I need, and I kind of want to because I want to be, nomad. So I want to like bounce from location to location. So I'll literally have everything I need in a very small function. So it's not even a big deal when I move. I can just literally just get up and leave. It's not even that huge of a deal. Like I'm trying to get to that point where it's not even huge. You know, it's not a huge deal with moving and stuff. And yeah, I'm trying to get to the point where I'm fully immersing myself into um the present and stuff, and pretty much live there until I die, and then uh yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean obviously I won't do other things, or I won't get rich or anything like that, because that could be a possibility in the future. Who knows? Life's weird, but um, yeah, I just don't want to really own anything, really. I want to be fully
Yeah,
immersed.
I think buying a lot of stuff is a kind of cope too. I mean, if you're in a lot of pain,
Hmm.
people will tend to buy a lot of stuff or like hoard stuff or not have. I firmly believe that almost everything about the way somebody conducts their life is a reflection of the state of mind they're in. And that doesn't mean that it's bad. That doesn't mean that it's something to make fun of or think, oh, they're unattractive because of this. Because I love everybody personally, but I think that there are still these things, some people are living with a lot of stuff or with they hoard things or they buy whenever they're depressed they'll go out and they'll buy a lot of stuff and it's there's no need to buy a lot of things. I mean, I used to do the same thing. I'd go out and I'd buy a ton of stuff and I'd just kind of like accumulate stuff. And I bought things to make myself look better a lot too. I was really worried about having the current thing. And now I'm looking every time I see some current thing like the new iPhone with titanium and face recognition and blah blah blah, I'm like, why do people buy this shit? I mean, I have a piece of shit phone, but it works and it gets me from point A to point B, and it's like I remember buying a shit ton of things when I was a teenager because I really, really, really wanted to have the current thing to look like I was on it, to look like I was on the trend and like cool or like yeah, and it was probably because people treated me weird because I was a weird kid. I was weird as fuck. So I wanted to fit in. But
Yeah, I never was someone that was into buying the new things. I've always been anti like new things, and but I collected a lot of you know, like vintage shit. But that's cool. But at the same time, it's the same thing. It's just a lot of this collects dust. It's like, yeah, like, and people come over like, wow, you own a Super 8 camera that doesn't work. I'm like, yeah. Like it's just,
mhm.
and I'm like, why do I own this? It doesn't even work. This is stupid. It's just stuff like that. It's like it's
Yeah,
the same
like
thing,
little
but
trinkets.
it's not new. But it's the same kind of thing where it's like, oh look, I have this thing. But at the end of the day, it's like, well, what's the point of just saying, oh look, I have this, just to say you have it?
Yeah. This is like proof that I'm in this. I don't
Yeah.
know. My mom had this like really big TV that it was like an old television with like it was one that you needed like an antenna to get like a reception with,
Hmm.
and she was keeping it, and it was solely because it was sentimental. It was like, and it wasn't even her. She found it like 6 months ago, and it was like, oh look, it's sentimental. It's like a reminder of before the internet took over, because she's kind of like anti-technology or whatever. So she's like, oh, look at this TV. I remember back in the day when we had TVs like this. And I'm like, yeah, great, but this is literally taking up like 5 feet of space. It's huge. It weighs like 5 tons. And it sucks, personally. So I was like, why do we need this? Like, it wasn't even like a rare collector's item TV that was like worth a lot of money or had some sort of like cultural value and like history. It was just like a random ass fucking piece of like metal. Somebody threw it out, but like people do that. Like they'll get like they'll get something and they'll just get like attached to it like on a sentimental level because it like reminds them of something. But I do that too. Like I'll have something that somebody gave me 10 years ago, and it's like literally huge and like impeding on my life. I'm like, fuck it. Like it's like a reminder or like it proves something. I don't know. But right now I'm kind of like in the phase where I'm just like, oh, I have my guitar, I have my amplifier, I have like my drums behind me, and that's all I really need. I mean, other than that, I don't really have anything like at all. Like I don't have shit. I have like a few shirts, a few pants, like the bare necessities. But other than that, it's like, what's the point? Like, genuinely, what's the point? I mean, it's not helping me. It's not making me feel better. It's not, getting my mind clear because if you have a shit ton of things all around you and it's not organized, obviously you're going to have a hard time focusing or concentrating or anything like that because you're going to be overwhelmed with shit everywhere and it's going to completely distract you. There's the kind of psychology about your room, like those guys like Jordan Peterson. They're kind of right. There's like a psychology about having a room. Like if you have something like if your goal is cinematography or your goal like for me it's music, the best thing you want to do is have like a clear space with like your instrument and like in your case like I don't know if a camera or something. So it's like it'll remind you of that. That's my opinion. You know,
Yeah, can you hear me?
because yeah, like I remember I was a gamer. Oh my god, man, I wasted so much time gaming, bro. I was um I was gaming 10 hours, 12 hours a day, man. Dead ass. And not even good games, like fucking Facebook games, bro. I was playing Facebook games. I was playing Dragon City. I was playing like Monster Legends. I was a neat, bro. I was a neat and I had no life. I had no life. I was fat. I had acne. I was miserable. I was just playing Dragon City all day, bro. I had no original thoughts. My brain, bro, was like hollowed out. I was like, I was like, I was like a consumer, man. And I remember one day I was like, holy fuck, I just wasted my entire childhood or something. Because it was like, I actually got diagnosed with autism when I was really young, and going on gaming was kind of like my cope. It was like the thing I did to like forget about the shit. Forget about like getting bullied and all different kinds of stuff. So I just kind of like game, and it became an addiction, and it was horrible. It was bad, and yeah, that fucked me up. But I just got rid of it. I got rid of the gaming systems. I got rid of all that shit that would completely destroy my creativity, because it was destroying me, literally. Like I was hollowed out. I had no creativity, no imagination. I was just like in the matrix fully. And it actually eventually started making me feel trapped. Like I was like losing my life and my life force. And that's something you have to be careful of with anything, like any kind of technology or anything like that. Especially if you have some sort of like neurodivergent mind, like if you're autistic or you have like ADHD or anything like that, you have to be careful because, you know, if you spend so much time, I mean, you have a natural propensity towards addiction of the internet or anything like that. So to understand that about yourself and kind of like, you know, because obviously if you're different, like if you're different from the norm, you're gonna feel frustrated, and then you're gonna try to do something that alleviates that frustration. Like you've probably felt kind of feelings of frustration socially sometimes, and you know, if that happens on a long enough term basis, you're gonna eventually just want to like escape from it, I guess.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Sorry, you're
I've
kind
been
of cut out. Let me try to like
diagnosed
fix
with
this.
uh.
Hello?
Can you not hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I think you have to like reconnect your
Fuck.
earphones or something.
Oh, it's my mic.
Yeah, mine's working. I think you have to reconnect yours. I just went off on like a 30-minute tangent.
Can you hear me? Take that as a no. Fuck. Testing. Fucker. About to be my birthday in 3 minutes. Yeah, it says it's working. It says it's connected. It's working on OBS. Connection lost. Screen's black? What? Bro, I'm like normal. I think it's funny, it's my birthday countdown, and this is what happens. It's not even like calling. There we go. Fuck.
Yo,
Can you hear me?
the fuck? Sorry, some video started playing. Yeah, man. So that
Can
was
you
my
hear me?
rant. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And my birthday is about to be in a minute.
Oh, cool. That's nice. What's it's 11:59 for you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm a few hours ahead of you. It's already the third for me. That's
Alright,
cool though.
let's count down chat.
I'm gonna sing you happy birthday, bro. Gonna have a celebration, man. I'm gonna tag everyone and be like,
Be old as fuck.
everyone, it's it's Ash's birthday. Alright.
No, this was actually the perfect thing to do on my birthday or like pre-birthday. I needed this
Yeah.
conversation because I was some conversations that some people I won't name. I feel like I needed to get all this stuff out.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. You know, honestly, last birthday I was
Yay!
super depressed. I was super
25.
depressed. You just turned 25?
Yep.
Happy birthday, bro. That's cool, man.
Yee.
I'm happy for you, bro. Happy for you, bro. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm old as fuck.
Halfway through 2020, bro.
Actually,
Halfway
this is
through
the only
20.
age. I didn't even feel like this with 24, or even like I did kind of with 20, but I
Uh,
feel I do feel like this is like this is like the age I'm like, whoa, this is kind of like a bit older. I don't know, it kind of hit me.
you know, a lot of people get depressed about their birthdays, but I think that there's a kind of pride in it. I mean, every year should be like a victory, to be honest. Every year is like, I didn't die. Like,
Oh yeah.
it should be kind of like a victory because it's like some people don't make it to 25, you know?
Hmm.
Like that's cool. That's cool. Like
Yeah.
every year's
Well, it's weird,
a
crazy too,
victory.
realizing how like old I am compared to certain people in the past, especially like there's things like dead musicians and things. I'm like, whoa, I'm like way older
Yeah.
than these people. And when I was
Yeah, I mean
younger, these
Ian
people
Curtis
felt
died at
way
like
older.
22, right?
Who?
Yeah. Ian Curtis was like 22
I
when he
think he was
died or something. That's crazy.
23.
23, yeah.
Yeah. And Sid Vicious was like 21 or something. I think
Wow.
22. XX Tentacion
That's
was like
really young.
20.
Yeah. They die young. They die young. It's like a curse.
I think Lil Peep was like 21.
Yeah. I remember the SoundCloud era, man. That was a good
Yeah.
era. I remember that. The SoundCloud rapper era. Everybody was
Well, it's
into it.
crazy
It was a
because
big deal.
like XX Tentacion was like the same age as. Well, he would be the same age as me. And yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. Like certain
It's
people
really
like that like
cool.
outlive, and then you realize how much like older you are. I don't know. This is weird. Time
Yeah.
perspective.
And you also realize how young they were, or
Yeah.
how young certain people were at certain times. Like, and as you get older, you start having sympathy towards yourself when you were younger too, because it's like, oh yeah, I made this mistake, but I was like a fucking idiot. I was like completely
Yeah.
immature, so like it's okay. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's all right. It really is just a learning process. Like, but I mean, yeah, I look at my mom and I look at other people around me, and they're in their 50s and 60s, and I'm like, holy fuck. I mean, my grandma, the one that I told you that's famous, I'll send you her name right now. She's not really
I won't. Yeah,
famous. She's kind of.
I won't dox her. I'm not that type of person. I'm not weird like that.
I know. Let me just send you.
I'm checking on my
Uh,
phone, not my computer, because I'm screen sharing.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I think I've heard that name before. But I won't say who it is. But yeah, we can move on from that.
Activist. Yeah.
yeah.
Activists. But yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. It's funny. My birthday. There's a lot of like random famous people.
Spelling it
Like
wrong.
I shared the same birthday with Roseanne, Kendall Jenner, Dolph Lundgren, Charles Bronson,
Oh, cool.
Burt Kreischer. That I can't stand him. But yeah, I shared the same birthday.
I share a few birthdays with famous people too. It's funny. I mean, it's cool that you share birthdays with famous people, with
Yeah,
notorious people. Maybe it's a powerful day or something, or it has a day of significance. I think that certain birthdays are very powerful, you know.
yeah.
I have the same birthday as Elon Musk and King Henry VIII. Uh, who else? Nothing's loading because my computer's shit. Oh well, I can't do it because there's a stupid ad on it. Yeah. So you're a November Scorpio. That's cool.
Mm.
Almost everybody I know, they're October Scorpios.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Might be some sort of difference. I'm not sure. Almost every Scorpio I've ever met has been pretty chill, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm a Taurus
Elon
moon.
Musk. That's a good place to have your moon, to be honest.
Well, actually, for Scorpio, it's like the best. I guess it's the best moon placement. I think, which is funny because I don't know why I always like think like Taurus moon would be like a boring placement, like not as interesting.
Mm.
But I guess apparently for the chart for Scorpio, it's like the best placement to have for moon or whatever.
I think it's a good placement.
Yeah.
Your moon is a very important placement. It's about, your your inner life and your internal emotions and stuff like
There's a lot
that.
of famous,
So,
a lot of Taurus moons, a lot of like I think it's a lot of it's funny because it's a lot of like people I would consider like aesthetes or whatever, which kind of fit with
mm.
me. So let's see who we got. Christina Aguilera, Prince Harry,
Wow.
Cameron Diaz, Zendaya,
Oh, Taurus,
Mother Teresa.
Taurus moon.
Oh yeah, me and Joe Biden share the same sun and moon sign.
Oh, wow.
Chris Brown's a Taurus moon.
Oh, cool.
Demi Lovato. Jim Morrison's a Taurus moon.
Oh, wow.
Robert
Cool.
Downey
Yeah,
Jr.
you have a lot of similarities to Jim Morrison in the way you speak and carry
I think
yourself,
I look like him, and also the same philosophy. It's a little creepy.
Yeah, you have a similar mindset
What was it?
and
What's his
everything
life
about
path?
you.
I think he's
I don't
a
know
he's a
anything.
one. I always assumed he'd
Mm.
be like a five.
Yeah,
He's
that
born
would
on an
make
8 day.
sense.
Carl Jung's a Taurus moon.
Oh, wow.
Lindsay Lohan. Oh yeah, Demi Moore. Me and Demi Moore share the same sun and moon. Bill Clinton's a Taurus moon.
Sun and moon.
Mick Jagger's a Taurus moon. Charles the Third.
Lots of Taurus
Oh yeah,
moons.
Charles the Third. Me and Charles the Third also share the same sun and moon, which is funny because it's common with like politicians. Christian Bale's a Taurus
A
moon.
lot of
Keira
people.
Knightley, Bob Dylan, Kobe Bryant was a Taurus moon. Oh yeah, also I think Pharrell and Quentin Tarantino and F. Scott Fitzgerald are Taurus moons.
Hmm. Wow.
Adam,
A lot of really cool
share
people.
the same sun and moon. Daniel Day-Lewis.
Lots
Karl
of very
Marx is a Taurus moon.
intellectuals. Lots of
Glover.
intellectuals.
Yeah. Intellectuals and aesthetes, which fits me to a T.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like I'm looking at my placements and a lot of them are cool, like, but I don't really look up to a lot of famous people or people that attained like notoriety, I guess you could say. But there are some people that I look up to, and a lot of the people with Taurus moons that you read out, I respect a lot of them. But
I think
yeah.
Jean-Luc Godard's a Taurus moon. Rob Zombie's a Taurus moon. Actually, me, Rob Zombie, and Pharrell shared the same moon and rising sign.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Tucker Carlson too. Same moon, rising. Yeah.
Wow. Are there any celebrities that share your same big three? I'm looking at mine.
Oh yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. What's his name from Duran Duran? Simon Le Bon.
Oh,
Lisa Bonet.
Mhm.
And Oregon icon. Tanya Harding.
Tanya Harding?
Tanya Harding.
Oh, Tanya. I've never heard of her before, to be honest.
Yeah, the movie I, Tonya. Margot Robbie. That's the movie about her.
Hmm.
I say Oregon because I live in Oregon. She's like a Oregon icon for her. Tanya.
Oh, you live in Oregon?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I heard it's a nice place to live.
Yeah. It's very expensive.
I had a friend that was in Florida, became homeless, and she was from Oregon. I forgot what part, but she was like, "Oh, I miss it so much. It was so much easier." Blah blah blah. So,
Mm.
yeah, I don't know much about it. I had another friend. I had a friend who sold drugs from Oregon, and he would sell. He had like a he was pretty cool. I mean, other than being a drug, I mean, I don't really have a problem with drug use. Anyways, he sold drugs like on the deep web or something, and he did it from Oregon. And yeah, I don't really know much about Oregon to be honest, but I heard it's a cool place. It's like more chill, I think. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Except for like Portland.
Oh, she was from Portland, yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Portland? Is it like like rougher there or something?
Yeah, it's really it's a shithole. It's not even that interesting of a city either. It's very dirty. I mean, a lot of big cities in the United States are, but like yeah, it's just not. I don't know. It's not interesting. It's awful people there. It's not. It's very different from the rest of Oregon, though. Oregon's very green, except for the like Eastern Oregon, Southern Oregon's more deserty, more dirty dirt or whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's a fine place to live. Uh, it's just very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, the West Coast is very expensive.
Yeah, the world is getting expensive, man. Everything's expensive. I've had fucked up teeth for like years now. 'Cause I got jumped by a gang and beach at the time, and yeah, I mean there's a lot of shit there. Like in Florida in general, there's a lot of like criminals and like, you know, violence and stuff. Like it depends on the area, just like with most places. Like you have to be careful who you surround yourself
You've been
with,
to
what you
Miami,
say,
right?
what you do. Yeah, I have.
Do you like it?
Last time I went to go see The Cure live, and that was in June, and it was okay due to the circumstances. It was a nice kind of atmosphere because there was a lot of like music that day. It was like a giant performance. There was like a few thousand people there and everything, but all the other experiences I've had in Miami they're pretty cool. I mean, there's a certain vibe about it that you have to get used to, and for some people it's their thing, for other people it's not their thing. Some people like Miami, some people don't. It really depends on your personality. There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of chaos, it's very hectic. There is uh, a lot of
Sounds like the
money. There's
environment
a
I
lot
need
of
to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could do good there. I mean, it's expensive, but there's also a lot of shit happening like all the time. There's a lot of like,
Because that's where all the influencers, all the social media people are at now. I should just wedge myself in. I'll
yeah,
just squeeze it, and I'll just show up at these people's houses because they always do like these like live streams, but there's like 30 of them at someone's house, and I just show up and be like, "Who's this?"
yeah.
They'll just assume I'm somebody.
It's a place to be to be honest. I mean, if you're into that like media stuff because that's where it's going on. I mean, a lot of business, a lot of like media, a lot of yeah,
LA
financial
was the
stuff.
place, but it's done for. They're like, you
Yeah.
don't ever hear anybody now like, "Oh, I'm from LA. That's where I got my media." Like it's all Miami, or it's a lot of Austin too. That's a lot of stuff going on there too.
Yeah. New York was the place too for a while.
Yeah, and you don't really hear much
Yeah,
from New
you don't
York.
really hear much from New York.
I think
Um,
Miami's still all right, but yeah. I mean, it was for most of American history, it was like New York, Los Angeles, and I think a little bit of Miami. I think that's what it really was for most of the history of America. I mean,
Florida is
that's
always one of those
Florida is
states
always one of those states
I've had interest
I've had
in
interest in
living in
living
or
in
whatever.
or whatever.
hmm
Yeah,
I mean, it has
Yeah.
it has pop culture relevance. Like it has a lot of movies and stuff were filmed here, and a lot of like interesting things happened. Um, Historically, a lot of very interesting things happened here. You know, I was born in Louisiana, and I lived in a small town most of my life up until I was like 16 or 17 when I moved to Florida, and I needed to move here because I was so fucking bored of small town life and nothing happening ever, and I needed a change. But I mean, I guess there are pros and cons to every place in the world. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
there are different aspects to the small town life and big town life. But if you want to do something, if you want to meet people that are interesting and like possibly get involved in something that could, you know, lead to some sort of success, I'd say definitely move here or like
Well, that's
move
the
to
thing
like,
too.
Well,
Like
that's the
right now,
thing too. Like
I
right now,
just have to leave where
I
I'm
just
at.
have to
There's
leave
nothing
where I'm
here.
at. There's nothing here.
So,
So
yeah, Oregon comes off as one of those places that is more kind of stagnant or relaxed, kind of like not really much is going on there. It's kind of like the type of place to go to like retire or
there's
like
stuff
settle
in
down.
there's stuff in
Portland, but
Portland,
I don't want to go to
I don't
Portland.
want
That's
to
the
go to
only
Portland.
thing.
That's the only thing.
I don't
Yeah,
I don't.
it seems like the type of place that you go to like start a small business or like buy a little bit of real estate once you like
Yeah,
make it in life and kind of just settle it, maybe raise a family in like one of the more smaller areas of Oregon, just kind of like lay back. I don't
yeah.
think it's really a place to go to like try to like find yourself or like experience
No,
life or anything.
no.
No.
You know. My ex-girlfriend and I were talking earlier, because we're still friends, and she was like, "Oh, I want to move. You know, I want to move to New Orleans because she's from Tennessee." And so yeah, I know a few people that are in like this mindset of wanting to like change and do
Yeah,
something different, and I totally get it, to be honest. I mean, you can only see so much of one place. And another thing is, when you've been in one place too long, dude, like I've I kind of want to move too, like after a little while. Like I don't know where or what I'm gonna do exactly. It's
mm.
something related to music, but right now I've been living in the same damn place of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. I just doxed myself. I don't care. Um, for like, I don't even give a fuck anymore. Like I'm just on that nonchalant level of I don't give a fuck anymore. But no, I mean, yeah, come find me if anybody wants to. I don't know, dox me or anything. But anyways, yeah, I live in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, and I've been in the same damn area for so long that like I'll go to a store and people will be like, "I remember when you came here when you were 18 and you were just out of high school and you had your first GF or
I've been
whatever."
here
And I'm
my whole
like,
life.
I've been here my whole life.
isn't it kind of
It's
awkward
fucking
sometimes
awful.
when you
It's
like
fucking
It's
awful.
awful. It's
when you like
It's
hell.
awful.
Hell on
when
It's
earth.
hell on
when
earth.
when somebody knows you and like they've seen like all your downfalls and upcomings and everything in life and they're just like, here you are now. And if you feel depressed about something, if you go to a place that you've been to for a really long time, you feel worse. It's like a reaffirmation of like what you don't, it's like a reaffirmation of like a feeling of like you haven't made any progress or something. I get that. Like I have to avoid.
Current
That's
life
my current
story.
life story.
Yeah. Yeah, like I have to avoid certain stores because if I go in there, I just feel like shit. I'm like, wow, I remember coming in here 20 fucking summers ago. So like I don't know. You
Well,
know what I mean?
my whole thing is like
My whole
I
thing
don't
is like I don't
like I want to
like
be,
I want to be
somewhere for a little bit, then
somewhere for
somewhere
a
else
little
for a
bit,
little
then
bit, then
somewhere else
somewhere
for a
else.
little bit, then somewhere
Uh,
else.
you know,
You know,
that's what I want. So
that's what I want. So
I think I'm
Yeah.
built for
I
that
think I'm built
lifestyle,
for that
and
lifestyle, and
that's what I feel right now,
that's what I feel
spiritually
right now.
fulfilling, and that's how because I need to get out of
And
here. I need to
that's how
do
because I need to
things.
get out of here. I need to do
I
things.
can't just. This is
I
stagnation.
can't
You
just.
know,
This is
I can do
stagnation.
stuff on the internet.
I
I
mean
can do
it's
stuff on the internet.
But the internet's not
it's
But
enough.
the internet's not enough.
it's important to see the world too. Like you want to have like experiences going to different states and different countries and shit. And
Mhm.
doing different things, meeting different people, collaborating with different people and just like learning things and stuff like that and growing through those experiences. Like if you're I genuinely think that if I would have stayed in Louisiana for my entire life, I would have probably like killed myself or something. Like not even on any like doomer shit,
People
but
are surprised
it
that
was
I'm
People are
mentally like
surprised that I'm
stable. How long
mentally
I've
like
been here? They're
stable.
like,
How long I've been here?
how
They're like,
what?
how what?
And there's people that tell me too, like,
And there's
why are
people that
you
tell me
even
too, like,
still
why are
there?
you even
What?
still there? What?
I get all that all the time.
I get all that all the time.
yeah. It's like I don't know. I mean, small towns are just like shit places that don't have much going on can just like beat you down because like it just gets boring
I live
after a
in like a
while and it's
medium
like
sized area. My town's kind of small,
Town's
but
kind
there's
of
a lot of
small,
cities
but there's a
around
lot
it.
of
It's like
cities around it.
medium.
It's like
I would say
medium.
medium
I would say
size.
medium
I live near a
size.
mm,
college
I live near a
town, but it's
college
like
town, but it's like
medium size.
medium
The culture, everything's
size.
like
The
medium
culture,
size.
everything's
I
like
wouldn't say
medium
it's like
size. I wouldn't
big
say it's like
city or it's
big
bigger than
city or
small
it's
town,
bigger than
but
small
it's kind of
town,
like
but it's
whatever
kind of like
medium.
whatever medium.
But the problem with
mm,
the medium
But the
is
problem with
there's
the
nothing
medium is there's nothing
still.
still.
I mean, there's things. The
yeah.
I
best
mean,
thing
there's
is, oh,
things.
there's
The
some good
best thing is, oh, there's
restaurants.
some good restaurants.
Oh, there's an interesting
Oh,
store
there's an
over there.
interesting store
We
over
have an
there.
interesting
We
indie
have an
movie
interesting indie movie
nearby, movie theater nearby.
movie
There's
theater
things like
nearby.
that,
There's things
but
like that,
it's kind
but
of
it's kind of
that's not enough.
it's not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it isn't. It isn't. I mean, I definitely recommend moving, bro. I mean, especially if you've been there your whole life. Like,
25? What the
25?
fuck?
What the?
I need to get
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to be afraid of, really. I, uh,
out.
I mean, I don't know what Oregon's like, but I'm pretty sure you've seen the same people for a long time. You've been to the same stores, the same
Yep.
whatever, so many times. It's probably, you probably want to do something different. But the main thing is you want connections. That's what's really
Hmm.
important. Like if you go to a place, you want to have connections there. So, like I don't know, like it took me a long time to build up connections in Florida, and I still don't really have too many connections, but I have kind of like a firm grasp on like the way shit works here and like whatever, but you don't, I mean, you can be self-sufficient just having like a regular job and just like grinding pretty much.
What's the cost of
Uh,
living over
What's the
there?
cost of living over there?
so it's pretty high. I mean, it's Florida, but like if you're if you're on your real like hustling shit, you can make it. Like you make like 15 on average an hour. I think the minimum wage is like 12 or something now. I don't really know,
Oh,
but
it's a
you
lot.
make like
Oh, it's a what?
It's a bit
It's a bit
cheaper than Oregon,
cheaper
a
than
tad
Oregon.
bit.
A tad bit.
Than
Than
I don't know them. Let me check.
minimum wage in
Uh,
Oregon's like
minimum wage in
14
Oregon's like
something.
14 something.
hold up.
It's like almost the
It's like
same as
almost the
Oregon,
same as
but it's a
Oregon,
bit cheaper,
but
I
it's a
think.
bit cheaper, I think.
$12, yeah.
For
So,
Florida, and then
Florida,
Oregon.
and then
Hold on,
Oregon.
hold on, let me check Oregon. Yeah, 1420
Yeah,
is Oregon.
1420 is Oregon.
mm,
So it's a tad
wow.
bit cheaper.
So it's a tad bit cheaper.
Yeah, and then the average Average rent. What part of Florida would you want to move to?
Or is it like 12 something where you
Yeah, but like I'm looking up average rent, so it would depend like what part of Florida, what county of Florida you'd want to live in because each county has different like rental
well,
rates. You
Oregon's
know
the
what I
same
mean?
way, but the
Yeah,
lowest in
like
Oregon I think is 14 something.
Miami's gonna be like Miami's gonna have like the highest rent or like one of
Well,
the
yeah.
highest rents, and then like there are different parts of Florida that have like different rents. Like I think what's it? Port St. Lucie is cheaper. Tampa is cheaper. Uh, Stewart, little like counties, like different counties are cheaper versus more expensive to live in.
Yeah.
Miami is automatically going to be more expensive. Miami's really expensive. I think Orlando is quite up there. And like Boca Raton is pretty high. And
That is still though like it's still actually cheaper than Oregon.
average rent in Miami is $2,400, bro. That shit's
Oh, in
crazy.
Miami, okay. What about Florida? Like other
Tampa is 1,900.
I
No,
think that's it.
1,400.
That's what it is here.
1,400
That's what it is here too.
in Tampa. Yeah. 1,400 for a one bedroom apartment in Tampa.
I
That's
rent a
like the
room.
average. Average rent for
And
a
I pretty
room.
my room rent is pretty cheap, which I'm thankful for.
Average rent for a room in Tampa is like 1K or something.
Yeah, that's what it is here, but here's the thing, like it depends on who you're renting out to. And like here I only pay $730.
Hmm.
No, 700. 30 for total utilities.
Well, average rent in Boynton is 2,000. That's crazy. Boynton isn't even like a good place.
So it's like almost about it's kind of almost about the same as Oregon. Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
it's
me
not
look. Hold
but like California or the worst, New York. New York living yeah, good luck.
New York sucks, bro.
It, if you're like a millionaire, you live in a little dumpy apartment.
Yeah. No, it's horrible. You literally live like
Like
an animal
do you
in
know
New
who
York.
Martin Shkreli?
Yeah.
Have you seen his place? Because he always does his live streams, videos in his place. It just looks like a little dumpy apartment. This dude's like has millions and stuff. It's like what? But that's the life in New York
Isn't
City.
Martin Shkreli is that like is like that guy who like scammed a bunch of people, right?
Yeah, I don't remember how, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, man. And like they have places like underneath, like they'll have like a little tiny room like underneath somebody's staircase or like in somebody's closet for like $3,000 or something
Yeah.
ridiculous in New York. Like it's ridiculous. That's why so many people, a problem that Florida has is there's a lot of people that are moving here from different states like New York, and they're called snowbirds, and they're like kind of collapsing the economy a little bit. It's like gentrification. It's not good. But
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you want to move here, you should definitely consider it. I would do that because I don't really know what you'd do in Orlando. I don't know what there is to do in Orlando, and I don't know. I would be bored by now if I was 25 and I was living in the same place my whole life. Unless you have like friends that you're attached to or something, you know?
Not really.
Not really.
Yeah. Probably move to Florida or another state. I kind of want to visit like Europe or something.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
do too.
Oh yeah, I do too.
I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, you should definitely consider it now that you're 25 because
I should have considered
I
a long
mean,
ass time
Considered
ago.
a long ass time ago.
yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's no reason
I
to
get.
regret it, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything happens on
everything
purpose.
happens on
Everything's supposed
purpose.
to
Everything's supposed to
happen when it's supposed to. So.
happen when it's supposed to. So
yeah, you can't control fate. You know, fate's
Actually,
gonna
I'm kind of
happen
glad I didn't do
regardless.
any impulse
actually, I'm
thing
kind of
like that when
glad
I
I
was
didn't
younger,
do any impulse thing
because
like
I
that
would
when I
have
was
like.
younger.
I'm not
Because I
saying
would
I
have
won't
like. I'm
fail,
not
but
saying I
what
won't
I'm saying is
fail, but what I'm saying is
I would have not been
I would have
mentally
not been
equipped when
mentally
I was say like
equipped when
19
I
to
was
even
say like
like jump
19
on
to
something
even
like
like
that. You know what
jump
I
on
mean?
something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to like accidentally become homeless or something because that's what happens to some people
Yeah.
when they move to a random state. When they move to a state randomly, they end up like going homeless or something because they're not prepared. So, yeah, you have to be careful about doing shit like that. Yeah, definitely be very careful.
Have you ever done
But
have you ever done couch
Have you ever
surfing?
done couch surfing?
yeah, I mean, at one point I was homeless, so
Well, that's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
kind
that's
of
what I'm
Have you
talking
done like a
about. Have
series
you
of
done
couch
like a series
surfers?
of couch surfers?
yeah, back in the day, like in 2018, I was kind of going to people's houses and just kind of like crashing. But
But
I ended up
have
like
you used the couch
Have you
surfing
used the
app
couch surfing
or
app
any of those things?
or any of those things?
that's an app.
Yeah, there's a couch surfing app,
Yeah,
and
there's a
there's
couch
things like
surfing app.
that that are
There's
just
things
made
like
for that.
that that are just made for that.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be
What
made
the
for like
fuck?
It's supposed to
travelers
be
and
made
stuff to
for
like
travelers and
meet each
stuff to
other
like
and shit.
meet each other and shit.
I heard
Wow,
about
I
the
didn't
app a
even
long.
know
I heard
that.
about the couch
I
surfing
heard
app a
about the
long
couch
time
surfing
ago,
app a long time ago.
but
I never even
But
knew that. That's
yeah, I was
interesting.
wondering if you
yeah,
did
I
that
was
because a
wondering
lot of
if you
people
did
don't know.
that because a lot of people.
No, I never did that. I just like made my way. I got a warehouse when I first moved to Florida. I got into a flood in Louisiana. It was like a natural disaster there, and I went to like a FEMA camp for a while, and then I ended up just realizing, with my mother, of course, I ended up realizing I can't stay in here. I had a lot of problems in Louisiana. I had a lot of messed up friendships and stuff like that, and with my mother too. My mother had like weird, messed up friendships there, so we were just like, let's get out of here. And my mom had a friend from New York who has her own business in Florida. It's like yoga. It's like a yoga business for like different types of people. And yeah, she's kind of like an entrepreneur. And they met each other in New York in the 90s because my mom lived in New York in the 90s, obviously. And we came here, we moved here. Then we got kicked out. Uh, we got kicked out of there. She just randomly was like, "Oh, we can't really have you because um, my landlord is freaking out, blah blah blah," which was kind of like a shitty move on her part, but it is what it is. So then we became homeless and we were like just sleeping on the street and shit. And I had the bright idea to like rent a warehouse for like 300 a month. And I just stayed in there and I also like couch hopped a little bit a few times. And I eventually got a job and I was actually working while I was homeless. I was working at Bud's Chicken and Seafood, and it was a shitty environment. I was like in the hood, kind of like in the warehouse, and it was in Boynton Beach. And Boynton Beach, like Florida, has a lot of immigrants from South America and Haiti
Hmm.
and the Jamaicas. That's like one of the biggest things there. Like especially in Boynton Beach, like you'll walk around and you'll see a lot of like Haitian and Jamaican like food joints or like Latin American food joints everywhere. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it's pretty rich with different types of cultures. Like you have Jewish people, you have like Arabs, you have different kind of interesting groups of people. And it's funny how the people, there's so much immigration here. You barely see anybody who has family from Florida from multiple generations. Like most people who live here do not have family for multiple generations. They're newly, they're first or second generation people, or they're simply just tourists. So there's a lot of in and outs. It's a very transient place, and groups of people tend to stick together, which is kind of weird, but that's the way it is. Anyways, I got a job and I eventually got into a few apartments, and the hoods in Florida aren't as bad as the hoods in different states, but they can be really bad. I saw a
Portland's
shootout once.
horrendous.
horrendous.
I saw a shootout once where like 5 people got killed. It was like right in front of me. That was probably the worst. Um, Riviera Beach, Florida is shit, and then there's a part called of Florida called Belglade. I would definitely avoid those parts of Florida. Belglade and Riviera Beach. Those are like you'll like be driving around and see hookers and like drug dealers and like people like ODing on the side of the street and stuff. Like it's not cool. It's dangerous.
Hmm. The warehouse
The,
thing
the
is
warehouse thing
a genius idea.
is a genius idea.
Yeah, it was. I was like,
Bro, I'd live in a
I'm gonna
warehouse.
I'd
walk.
live in a warehouse.
Yeah, I just walked up to this person who was renting them. I called them and I was like, yo, we need to move some stuff in this warehouse. Um, 'Cause we have too much stuff. I LARPed as somebody who was rich, I guess. Or me and my mom kind of LARPed, I guess. And she was like, okay. And we just like covertly slept there. And it was like not even that bad. It was like, it was all right. It was only
That's like
three.
the perfect
That's
place
like the
for me.
perfect place for me.
Yeah.
What the
It was like
fuck?
300 it was like 300 a month, but like it was a warehouse, but at the same time it was like a place to sleep,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know.
Isn't it like illegal
Isn't
to
it like
sleep in a
illegal to
warehouse?
sleep in a warehouse?
It is. You have to like be careful about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like
Oh yeah,
storage
like
units are
storage
illegal to
units
sleep
are
into.
illegal to sleep into.
Yeah, they are. I did
That'd be
that
sick ass
too.
That'd be
apartment.
thick ass apartment.
I slept in a storage room space.
Yeah.
It was shit. It was a horrible place to sleep, bro. I've done some crazy things, man. I traveled to New Orleans by myself to meet my ex-girlfriend in March. I've had a crazy life, man. I was supposed to marry an Israeli woman at one point, and I had like a long relationship with like a random Israeli woman, and then I dated like a BPD white girl.
I
There's
need to
just
go on.
weird people here,
I need.
huh?
I don't know.
I don't.
Man, I feel like
Man, I feel like
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like I
They're
miss out
crazy
on a lot of
people.
stuff.
Crazy. Crazy people here, bro. Literally insane. So much crazy shit here.
Well, I made a vow
Well,
to
I made a
myself
vow
that
to myself that
besides the social media,
besides the
it's like
social media, it's like
all the
all the
down social
down
time
social
wasting
time
shit.
wasting shit.
Another thing is
Another thing is
I'm
I'm
really gonna push
really gonna
myself.
push myself.
I am gonna start
I am
doing
gonna start
more,
doing more, you know,
either things out of my
either
comfort
things
zone
out of my
or
comfort zone or
I need to be more
I need to be more
adventurous and
adventurous and
not waiting around on
not waiting
shit.
around on shit.
You know.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. What do you do right now, or what do you do for work?
Wait, hold on. Let's see
Wait,
if
hold on. Let's see if
the stream's still
the
up.
stream's still up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Oh, what I
it
do
is.
for work?
What I do for work?
I'm unemployed right
I'm
now.
unemployed right now.
Oh, cool. I was unemployed for like 7 months or 8 months, and now I work at a
I
supermarket.
was
I was
for like
for like
2 months, and then I got a
months,
job
and then
for
I
like
got a job for like
a week and a half,
a
like
week and a
2 weeks or
half,
something
like
like
2 weeks or something like that.
that.
Mm. Jobs aren't really for me. I work 2 days a week right now. I don't really enjoy it. I don't really enjoy
That's what I
it, to
should
be
do.
That's
honest.
what I should do.
Because I've applied to places
I've
and
applied to
stuff,
places and
and
stuff, and
I always obviously I
I
always pick full
always
time as the
pick full
option,
time as the option.
but I
But
think I might I should probably pick
I
like
should probably
part
pick like
time,
part time,
and then
Yeah,
and
because
then
then I could
because
have
then
more
I could
time for
have
the other
more time
stuff,
for the other stuff.
and then
definitely.
And then
yeah,
yeah,
and I think I'm gonna start
and I
doing
think
that.
I'm gonna start
I
doing
didn't think
that.
about that.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, because I don't know, part-time is better, I think, because full-time, I mean, you have to really enjoy what you're doing. You have to really love your job. If you
Yeah.
don't really enjoy it, if you don't really love it, it's not really worth it,
Well, when I worked part-time
in my
jobs, that's how I
opinion.
got by with
Part-time jobs. That's how I
not
got by
hating
with
myself.
not hating myself.
Because I didn't work there that
Yeah.
long,
Because
so
I
I'm like,
didn't
oh,
work there
okay,
that
it's not a
long,
huge
so I'm
deal.
like, oh, okay,
Because when you
it's
have
not a
eight
huge deal.
hours, like after that
Because
four
when you have eight
hours, you're
hours,
like,
like after that four
why am I
hours, you're like,
here? Those
why am
thoughts
I
start coming in.
here? Those thoughts start coming in.
No, I mean, you shouldn't. I don't think you should work for more than 4 hours a day. I mean, it really fucks you up, unless you love it.
Yeah.
If you love it, then
Yeah.
it's different. But if you don't love your job,
I think
working
it depends
for
on the
I think
schedule
it
working,
depends
too.
on the schedule too.
Like I
yeah,
was working at
Like
this
the I was
horrendous
working at
phone
this
job,
horrendous
phone sales job, and
phone sales job, and
uh,
uh,
it would start like
it would
like
start
around like
like like around like
8 a.m. or whatever. But then when
8
I
a.m. or
got out,
whatever.
it
But
was
then
like
when I got
8 p.m.
out, it was like 8 p.m.
And it was like I just missed my
And
whole
it
oh
was
day.
my
like I just
And I
missed
God.
my
was
whole
like, what the
day,
fuck?
and I was like, what the
Like,
fuck?
That's the type of job that makes you suicidal, to be honest.
yeah,
When you like lose the whole
yeah,
day and you like leave the job at night,
yeah. And I don't see
it's like
outside
And I don't
wow.
see outside
or anything. So it's
And then
just
when
like,
you see when you see the darkness outside, you're like, wow.
yeah, yeah,
Like the whole day just came and went, and I just like sold 3 phones or something.
yeah, bullshit.
yeah, bullshit.
It's like what? I'm a firm believer that we weren't meant for this life when it comes to like the way it is systematic, the systemic
Well, that's not
aspect
how it
to it.
started.
Well, it's not how it started.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we evolved for a different lifestyle. I think we evolved for different things. I think that the way we conduct our lives day to day is kind of unnatural with just like working and not really having any community and just like getting by day to day and having like your entire concept of fun is just like going online and shit like that. Like, I don't think that people were meant to do that. And it's, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Mm.
So I don't really, I mean, people say, oh, you need to work, blah, 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 blah. But I'm fine working 2 days a week because it's like, I don't want to have a job that I don't enjoy. I don't want to do things that don't make me feel happy and don't make me feel fulfilled. And money isn't going to make me feel fulfilled. You know what I mean? Just straight up money isn't enough for me. I need other things. I need emotional fulfillment. I need different source of fulfillment, artistic fulfillment, you know.
Mm.
Mm.
Talking to people that I actually understand or understand me. I don't understand people all the time at certain types of jobs. Like, I don't know, I mean, you can get a job at some gas station and like you're not going to be able to relate to any of the people there.
Well, that's
I
why I
don't think
view
so.
Well, that's
jobs
why I
now.
view
I don't
jobs
view it as
now.
like
I don't view it
a
as like
thing. Like
a thing. Like
career. It's just like I view it
it's just
as
like
like
I view it
a
as like
tool to make
a
money
tool to
for
make
a
money
specific
for a
thing I have in
specific
mind
thing I
or
have in
whatever.
mind
That's kind of
or
what I view
whatever.
it
That's kind of what I view it.
as now.
Yeah, you kind of just have to put your head down
Yeah,
and kind of just thug it out.
yeah. And
Yeah.
not when you show not take it.
And we show
You
not
do
take
the
it.
work, but not
You
take
do
it
the
like
work, but not
seriously,
take it
and
like
then
seriously, and
because
then
no in
because
mind it's for
no
like
in mind
for
it's for
something. Like
for
it's not. I don't
something.
view
Like
it as
it's
like,
not.
oh,
I
this
don't
is
view
the
it as
end
like,
all
oh,
be
this is
all
the end
for.
all
It's
be
like,
all
oh,
for. It's like, oh,
I'm doing this for
I'm
this
doing this
thing
for this
versus
thing
like
versus
like this is my life. I
like
don't
this is
view it
my
as
life. I
the
don't
my
view it
life
as
or
the
anything.
my life or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. I was working with this schizo guy at the supermarket, and he actually had a fucking panic or like a schizo episode and tried to kill somebody at the store. Real story. And he was always talking to me like, "Oh, I'm so unhappy here." And I was like, "Dude, this is not your life. This is just a job. Like, this is just gonna get you money so you can focus on what you really want to do. Like, don't take it so seriously." But he was really like, "Oh my God, this job sucks, blah blah blah." But you know, you shouldn't give it significance or importance because if you give it too much significance and importance, then you're gonna feel like a loser. You should just, yeah, definitely view it as a means to an end, a means to like a goal or an outcome. You know.
Have you ever
Have you ever
done hitchhiking?
done hitchhiking?
No, I haven't done hitchhiking. I've gone from place to place, but I haven't really hitchhiked. I would mostly stay like within one county.
Mm.
Hitchhiking's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, people do that sometimes, but it's crazy, especially nowadays. I mean, back in the day, people used
Why
to
is
get
it
like abducted by
nowadays
like,
crazy?
Crazy.
well, I think it was always crazy. I mean, it really depends on how tough you are and how much you can handle yourself and other people because, I mean, like back in the day, people used to get like abducted by being hitchhikers, like with like Ted Bundy and shit. So you can do it, but I mean, it's pretty dangerous, I guess.
You
I
have to
mean,
be strapped.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Or like, I mean, if you're a woman, I think it's obviously
No,
more dangerous.
no, women should not
Women
hitchhike.
should not
It's a man's game.
Yeah, yeah, it's a man's game. If you're a woman hitchhiking, it's not gonna go well for you, sweetie.
No,
It's not
like
gonna go well for you.
hitchhike. A lot of people do it, and I've heard I've never really heard that be like any like. I guess because we don't hear from the people that it didn't go well, but like great people have like positive like story like, and it's almost like easier than you think it is too. It seems like
Hmm.
a lot of people like you think it'd be a lot harder thing, but it's really not as like hard or anything as you think it, or as scary as you think it is. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was
I
just
mean,
curious.
I went to South America and I went to Colombia because my mom is half Colombian,
Hmm.
and we went there and we went to a few places. We went to the capital called Bogota, and we went to another part called Cundinamarca, and I mean, basically living there is kind of like hitchhiking because almost nobody owns a car. And if you go to Colombia and you buy a car and you're just visiting, you're kind of stupid because you're obviously not going to have it for long. So what's the point? So to travel around in Colombia, you're basically hitchhiking everywhere in a way
Hmm.
because you're walking around the street, you're picking up. I mean, shit doesn't even really work there normally. It's like sometimes they don't even have stoplights. Like it's genuinely chaotic as fuck. Like like there are hills. Like everything is a mountain. Like you have to walk up mountains all the time, and like uh, to get around, you have to get like you just have to flag down like a random like bus, and the buses aren't even like the buses in America. They're like little old rundown like Volkswagen buggies or like little old rundown like street vans or street buses. They call them busetas. They're like mini buses and they like barely work and they're like rusty and shit. And you just flag them down and you basically have to hitchhike to get around. You don't know anything. You're just kind of like driving on some random ass bus or some random ass, whatever, in the middle of nowhere. And you go into different county, different areas and different sites, holy sites, Catholic holy sites or indigenous sites or whatever, and you just kind of like, I don't know, that was interesting. You're kind of like hitchhiking there by doing anything, you know. A lot of people go to those countries to kind of I don't know, have experiences, interesting experiences. That was an interesting experience. I did mushrooms on a random mountain. Um, there's this legend called El Dorado, which is like it's like an indigenous legend where they say that there was like extraterrestrials that like communicated with the indigenous people or something, and there was like a huge amount of gold, like ancient gold, and I went to that mountain that it was supposed to have happened on, and I did shrooms, and I saw like I saw like a stone. You know how they have like those indigenous like stone faces?
Yeah.
Like faces are carved on the stone. And I saw one and it had one face and then faces started like revolving around it. It was like multi-dimensional with different faces on each side. I don't know, it was great. It was interesting. Um, yeah. And you just go on the street and you'll see like somebody like have like there'll be like performers on the street trying to get money from you and they'll just start doing backflips or like getting on like a unicycle and twirling on a unicycle while juggling and uh, having like fire coming out of their mouth or something. Like they have like really crazy street art and street performance, and yeah, it's interesting.
Hmm.
Lots of hookers on the side of the street. It's weird, weird shit.
Yeah. I really need to get out.
Yeah, you should travel
Yeah.
just for the just for the whatever. Just do it for the shit of it or whatever the saying is.
Mhm.
You know?
Even if I don't have like that much money.
Yeah. Yeah, my
Depends.
mother my mother comes from a wealthy family that lost all of its money, but she managed to find out a way to like survive without having a ton of money. And she
There is
basically just
ways.
like yeah, I mean you get food stamps, you get like you know, you file your taxes, you do certain things, you know, you she does like in-store demo jobs where she just kind of like sometimes she doesn't even show up to the job. She'll just like pretend like she did and then she'll do another job at the same time. Like she knows how to like finesse the system to get
Hmm.
money and stuff, which is like what you kind of need to do, especially if you're a single parent, you know what I mean?
Mm.
You kind of need to do shit like that to get by. I mean, at least until you can breathe, you know, at least
Yeah.
until you can. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um,
Is the stream still up?
yeah.
I'm gonna watch the stream while watching myself in the camera.
I don't.
Is that even possible?
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
What else did I want to talk about? Damn, I don't even know,
I,
man.
I, I don't even know what to talk about. So, like, I feel like I went deep.
Yeah, I like talking about deep stuff. I like, you know. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, what personality type do you think I am?
I love you too, grape.
Who's grape?
Mary. I'm assuming.
Oh,
What personality type? What I should type you. I type all the people.
yeah. Yeah, you should type me. How do you do that anyways? What should I do?
Well, I just ask you random questions and I just write notes.
All right, do it. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Um,
What does your intuition say so far?
I feel like you're some type of intuitive, but some type of PIFE user. So uh, maybe an INFJ.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. I'd say INFJ or INFP maybe. Who knows? But yeah, you could try to type me if you want.
Okay. Um, I'm trying to think of questions because I know a lot about you now, so it's like I'm trying to think of something. Uh, what's the proudest moment of your life?
Wow, that's a good question. Um, Damn, let me think. Damn. Proudest moment of my life.
You could also ask a
I don't
different
even.
question.
Wow. No, I'm that genuinely has me thinking. That was actually a really good question too because it's making me think about myself, about like what I'm proud of. Um, wow. Um, I've helped certain people, like I genuinely get enjoyment out of helping people, and some people think that it's through manipulation that I'm trying to help people or be nice, but that's not really true, I think. I genuinely just like seeing people happy, and I've done that a few times. I helped a woman get home a few weeks ago, and she lived like 3 counties away, and she was stuck in the middle of the night. I was also stuck, but I helped her get home. I helped my friend. He was homeless, and I let him sleep in my garage, and I helped him. I pretty much saved their lives. Yeah, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of trying to be a good son to my mother, I think. Um, Trying to make her feel happy, and sometimes I'm depressed, and I make her feel bad accidentally through being depressed, and that makes me feel like shit. But uh, I don't want that. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I can't really say like a one thing, like one moment in my life that I'm proud of. Maybe I can. Did I do something great? Did I do something great that I'm completely
I mean
proud of?
that could be your answer.
Yeah, I think helping people throughout my life, that's what made me feel happy. That's what made me feel proud of myself as like in a moral kind of like at a moral level.
Hmm.
Um, I want to release like my own album or a few albums, and I think that would make me proud of like myself in like a success way.
Right.
But yeah,
Um,
um, yeah, I think that's my answer. I don't know.
what do you think the meaning of life is?
Wow, you've got some good questions. You've got some thought-provoking ass questions. When was the last time you felt scared of life? I don't know. You've got some questions that really make me think like other people haven't really asked me. Other people don't really ask me questions like that, which is kind of interesting. Uh, what do I think the meaning of life is? Um, maybe to, I think everybody has their own subjective view on it, but my personal opinion is that you want to live in accordance to your truth, or I don't know, walk the middle path, I guess. You know, you don't want to settle for you don't want to live on somebody else's standards, or you don't want to live according to somebody else's idea of what they want you to be, or what society wants you to be, or whatever. I think you should follow your heart and what makes you happy, and as long as you're not hurting anybody else, if you benefit other people through doing what you want to do and what makes you happy, that's a plus, but you should always do what you know is right. And um, I don't know, the meaning of life, that kind of implies some sort of like objectivity to life, to existence, and like good versus evil sort of thing. And I'm not really sure if I believe in objective good versus evil. I think I do. I think that there are things that most human beings intrinsically know are good and intrinsically know are bad because they're destructive in nature versus creative in nature, or order versus chaos. And I think that um, living in a way that brings harmony to the world is good, like objectively. And that's what people should do. People should do things that are good for themselves and the world. Yeah, that's my opinion about the meaning of life. To transcend through goodness, through the like right hand path or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
What is
so you make music,
so you make
so
music, so
when you're sitting down
when
and
you're
let's say
sitting
making
down
a
and let's say
song,
making a song,
how do you come up
how
with
do you
the
come up
song?
with
Do you
the
start, does
song?
it start
Do
with
you
an idea?
start
Do
with an
you mess
idea?
around
Do
with
you mess around with
do you just mess around with
do you just
instruments
mess
and you
around
come
with
up with something
instruments and
off
you
the
come up with
spot,
something off the
or
spot,
do you
or
have a
do you
plan? Is
have
it
a
all
plan?
improvised?
Is it all
How would you
improvised?
say
How would you
you
say
make a
you
song?
make a song?
That's a good question, and I really like that question too, because it's something I really like doing. Well, it depends on my mood, and it depends on a lot of external factors too. Sometimes an idea will come to me while I'm doing something random, like walking or out. Sometimes at work, a melody will come to me, or some sort of creative idea, or whatever. Sometimes it'll just come to me and I'll have to write it down. And if I don't write it down, I get incredibly frustrated because I feel like I just lost something like perfect, and it makes me like really upset. But other times it'll it'll be in a very like calculated, logical way where I'll be kind of contrived about it, and I'll think of like a subject or whatever, a topic that I want to write about specifically, um, and it'll usually come about through some sort of influence, something that I see or whatever. And other times it'll be through just playing the guitar, and other times it will be purely spontaneous. So it depends. It depends really, but sometimes the melody comes first, sometimes the lyrics come first. But there's usually an emotion that is the catalyst, an emotion or a feeling about something that is brings about everything else, I guess you could say, which is kind of like the will. And if there was no will, then there would be nothing else. Yeah.
Um, all right.
Uh,
Okay.
Okay.
Do you feel like your
Yeah.
Do you
life
feel like your
is
life is
completely random,
completely random,
or
or
it is
the it is
everything up to this point
everything
makes
up to this
sense,
point makes sense,
or does everything up to this
or does
point
everything
like
up to
you're
this
like, how
point
did I
like you're
even
like,
get
how did
here?
I even get here?
Yeah. I understand both perspectives, and I understand why different people fall into those different perspectives. But me, I feel like everything has happened for a reason, and the good and the bad, the positives and the negatives. Like how we were talking about like numerology and stuff, and about like the existence of God. I think that I believe in karma, and I believe in God, and I believe that you have to do certain things, and certain things have to be done to you to make you feel pleasure or pain. Whether you put that pleasure onto yourself or that pain onto yourself through, you know, mistakes or whatever, or doing the right thing or whatever, it has to happen. And I think it happens for a reason. I think it's karmic, and I think that you grow and change as a person every day through what happens to you, and you evolve. And I think that the chaos of life can be perceived as randomness to somebody who is whose vision is limited. I don't mean to sound arrogant or anything like that, but I think if you truly look at repeated patterns through your life and certain things that keep happening to you that trigger you or trigger an insecurity or trigger different things within you, you'll start to realize that there seems to be a pattern, and it's not coincidence. It's something else, and it's something that's calling you to do something. And you have to listen. You have to listen to life, and you have to listen to the experiences that it gives you to know yourself and to know other people and to be patient with yourself and to be patient with other people. Otherwise, if you live your life without a vision, I think that you're gonna. If you live your life without a vision, I don't know where you're gonna go. You have to have some sort of understanding when it comes to your own path and your own yourself and who you are and what you want. Otherwise, if you don't know what you want, if you don't know your boundaries or your standards or who you are, everybody else is going to tell you and try to make you what they think you should be. So I think that everything happens for a reason, and I think that I do think that life happens for you and not to you. I think that the biggest sin you could make is giving up uh, when something bad happens, because there's always hope and there's always possibilities. You truly will never know what could happen tomorrow, but until it does happen, and when it happens, then you'll know. But until then, it's just a mystery. So you should never be an absolutist and think it's all bad or it's all good, because life is filled with many different colors, I guess. And all those colors are there perfectly to help you. I think it's intentional. I think that there's a code and an intelligence to life. Yeah, real shit.
Alright.
I
I already got a type down
already got a
for you.
type down for you.
You got my type down?
Yep.
Yep.
What is it?
INTP.
INTP.
INTP, really? Introverted, intuitive, thinking, and perceiving?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's cool. Who else has that?
Elon Musk is
Elon Musk is
INTP.
INTP.
Who else? I
Who
don't.
else?
I haven't
I don't.
typed very
I
many
haven't typed
INTP
very many
people.
INTP people.
That's funny that Elon Musk has the same personality type as me, and we also have a lot of similar
They have
placements.
the
Our
same
sun is the
birthday.
same, the same birthday, the same sun sign, obviously, and the same ascendant, I believe, and a few things in common. We have a few things. We have a few different placements in common as well. It's weird, right?
Yeah, I only have 3 people now.
Really?
Well,
You should include
ENTP
me
have
into the
like
list.
30 people.
Even though I'm not famous, you should include me into the list. Gabriel Sabas, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, I should. um, yeah, all right, I'll put you down. Anna, I don't know. Do you know the Red Scare podcast?
The red? No, I'm not familiar with it. I'm not
The
familiar.
chick
What is
on
it
there,
about?
Anna Koshian, is INTP. Um,
INTP.
Mike Judge is INTP.
Oh, cool. What
Those are all the
about what
INTPs I
about
know.
me? What about me led you to that conclusion exactly? Like the
Oh, I
way I
wrote down my
answered.
notes in my scoring system. So Uh, so you're well, first and foremost abstract person. You're abstract thinking person. Ti, you're also, I saw that because I also score based off of cognitive function accesses. You score both for Ti, Fe, introvert thinking slash extrovert feeling, and NESI, which is extroverted intuition slash introverted intuition or introverted sensing. So that would be either an INTP, ENTP, ISFJ, ESFJ. So you're more abstract, so you can't be an ISFJ or an ESFJ, and either INTP, ENTP. You're I think you're more. I guess in this isn't really like I scored with it, but it wasn't like a high amount, but like probably more introversion, but also you're outcome focused rather than a progression focused person. You talk towards that last comment, it was a lot of outcome focused stuff. You're talking a lot about how people should have a point, a purpose in life, and follow it through. And like the biggest sin is like not following through, and blah 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 blah. It's outcome focused. Now outcome does not necessarily mean you somebody's attack. I mean, it kind of does, but not really. Like it taps the outcomes, but outcome people take goals very seriously and things like that. If you're ENTP, more progression focused people aren't focused on the outcome that much. Progression focused people's lives are actually more aimless and things like that. They might not take goals that seriously, and that kind of explains. I think it's funny too that you have, especially the traveling, you've done more. You've initiated on that stuff more. You actually followed through. While I have not followed through. I've always planned or never followed. I always, I'm somebody who's I've accomplished things in life, but I'm kind of it's always by accident. It's not until recently I started actually seriously setting goals for myself. Everything's always just been like blah, like in
Yeah.
waves, and it's not even planned at all. And so that's more
Mm.
progression focused people.
I think both have their strengths and weaknesses, right?
Yeah,
Hmm. That's cool though. I mean, that's really interesting how you did that.
and it makes
I
sense
am.
too
I am.
why you're on the fence with INFP and INFJ. Now INTP is kind of different, but it's not too far off from these types. But also, um, it makes sense because a lot of INTPs think they're INFJs, a lot of INFJs think they're INTPs. INTP, INFP, they're actually kind of similar because they share the same NESI or extrovert intuition, introvert sensing access. So they perceive pretty much the world the same way, almost. Judge it a bit differently, but perceive it differently. And INFJs have the same judging functions as INTPs, so they both have introverted thinking slash extroverted feelings, so they both judge the world kind of similarly. So that's why it makes sense why you would be kind of on the fence between those two, because they are kind of similar to the INTP. And a lot of people too. This is a good thing too. If you're on a fence with two types, you're probably
Mm-hmm.
more likely the other type that is similar to the two.
Mm.
More likely, like I was like that. Like I was always on a fence. I would think I was like an ENFP, but then I would think I was like sometimes I would think I was ENFP, and sometimes I would think, am I really like an ESTP secretly? But then the obvious answer is ENTP. That's the obvious, because it's kind of a similar
Yeah.
to both the types. So it's like, oh, I'm kind of almost a combo. You kind of see where it bleeds through, or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. You're which one are you? You're ENS. Which one are you?
ENTP.
ENTP. That's the same one as Jim, right? Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
ENTP. Extroverted,
Intuition.
intuitive, thinking and perceiving.
Yeah, that's the letters. The functions for both the ENTPs and INTPs is extrovert intuition, introvert thinking, extrovert feeling, and introvert sensing. But ENTPs use more extrovert intuition, while INTPs use more introvert thinking. Also, ENTPs use more extrovert feeling. INTPs use more introvert sensing. And then if
Mm.
you want to go by opposing functions, ENTPs have kind of bad FI introvert feeling. INTPs have bad extrovert sensing. Um, and it makes sense too because INFJs have inferior extrovert sensing, so they also have bad extrovert sensing. It makes sense why you would think if you're an INFJ. So blind, so like a blind extrovert sensing means you're probably somebody that you feel you've probably been in your head more than you're in reality your whole life,
Mm.
probably, most likely.
I
Um,
have.
yeah, and
Yeah.
INTPs
I'm very
too.
cerebral.
It's funny because you say you're diagnosed with autism. INTPs that's like the most common type for autistic people.
Really?
Statistically, yeah.
Yeah.
Statistically, yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at all the people that are well known who have INTP. They
Yeah.
tend to be more cerebral people, more kind of like academic
Yeah.
people who dedicate their lives to like one thing.
I have my headphones
They're
in.
like nerdy. They're like nerdy about it. What?
Graves
But that
keeps
is
saying
that
you
is
I don't have my headphones in. I've been having my audio's working fine. My
yeah,
microphone's
that
fine.
is interesting though.
It's on Gabe's end, I
That
think,
is It might be. Is
because
it echoing?
my voice background.
It's echoing?
Um, I don't wait. Oh, I do hear myself, but a lot quieter.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It still sounds fine, but I mean it's a little bit echoey, but people can survive. What was I gonna say? So I have blind introverted feeling.
Mhm.
So um, that means that I'll have a harder time understanding my values and things like that. I can switch values pretty quickly, and it makes sense. I've switched up the way I thought about things so much in my life, and also explains too why I've been kind of stagnant because it's a progression ball. So uh, because I didn't jump on people with higher introvert feeling can jump on things more. They strongly know more of what they want, and people with blind FI, they have a hard time knowing what they want and things like that. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Oh, so yeah, you struggle with knowing exactly what you want, basically. Like
Yeah, like,
exactly.
and I have extra
Yeah, like, and I
intuition,
have extra
so
intuition, so
research is all about
research
ideas
is
and
all about
possibilities,
ideas and
and
possibilities,
dominant
and
extra intuition people
dominant
like
extra intuition
ENFPs,
people
we
like
get stuck
ENFPs, we get
with too many
stuck
options of
with too
things. We
many
know the options
options
of
of
everything.
things. We know the
We have a hard
options of
time
everything.
choosing.
I have a hard time
ENFPs have an
choosing.
easier time
ENFPs have an
choosing.
easier time choosing.
So they
Oh,
know
that
when
you
someone
sound
they know too
exactly
much.
like you sound exactly like my friend Jason. I have a
But
friend Jason
ENTPs
who
have a harder
ENTPs
time
have a harder time
knowing exactly
knowing
what they
what
want.
they exactly what they
Because
want.
they know there's too many
yeah,
options.
They know there's too many options.
Yeah.
he's the same way. Like he gets really into certain things. Like for example, he was into cinema for a while, cinematography and directing and all that type of
Mm.
stuff. But he and music and a lot of things. He was
I've
into
had
being a chef.
I have had too many
I have had
hobbies
too
and
many
everything
hobbies
so
and
over the years,
everything.
way
So
too
over
many
the
to
years,
count.
way too many to count.
Yeah, he wanted to be a chef. He wanted to be a musician. He wanted to be a cinematographer. He wanted to be so many different things, but he didn't really ever, or he hasn't really ever found one that he wants to do like definitely, you know? So he might
Mm.
have that same personality.
He
He's
might.
good at everything he does. He's good at everything he does, but then he'll get like, actually, I want to do this. Like he'll go, actually, no, I want to do this instead. So, so
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
That's why I said I
yeah,
made
That's
that
why
vow
I said I
earlier. I
made
was like,
that vow
I
earlier. I was
need
like,
to
I need to
go all the way and more.
go all the way more.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, dedicate yourself. I mean, I think both ways of thinking are good, but you have to know, like, when certain ways of thinking are best and other, you know.
Mm.
I don't know if I'm making myself clear,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
I have a laundry list of
I have a laundry
ENTPs
list of
though.
ENTPs though.
ENTPs, you have a lot of them.
Yeah,
I wonder
like
what
thirty.
is
Like
INT,
30.
INTP is just like not a common personality, I guess, right?
I think you know what's funny. I think
You know what's funny?
INTP
I
might
think
be more.
INTP might be more
He's similar, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
There's similarities.
There's
I would say they're pretty
similarities. I would
different
say they're
though.
pretty different though.
Here's some
Like,
INFJs
here's
I
some
have.
INFJs I have.
Uh,
INFJs are approximately 1.5% of the population, and INTJs are 1 to 4%.
Most people think they're INFJs, even though
So,
they're
Most
not.
people think they're INFJs, even though they're
Most
not.
people that say they're
yeah.
INFJs are actually
Most people
INFPs.
that say they're INFJs are actually
I even typed a
INFPs.
few
I even typed a
INFPs
few
that thought they were
INFPs that thought they were
INFJs.
INFJs.
Wow, that's funny.
And they're actually pretty different
And they're actually pretty different
from each other.
from each other.
But here's some
But
INFJs.
here's some INFJs.
Uh,
Uh,
Yester's an INFJ.
Yester's an INFJ.
Bela
Bill
Lugosi.
Lugosi.
John Frusciante.
John
Kate Bush is
Frusciante.
an
Kate
INFJ.
Bush is an INFJ.
Vard Vickers is INFJ.
Bart
Those are
Vickers is an
kind
INFJ. Those are kind of
of
INFJs.
Oh
Only
yeah,
four
Dua
or five?
Lipa is an
Dua
INFJ. I
Lipa
found
is an
out.
INFJ. I found out.
Oh, cool. Interesting. You should specifically scout out people who you think might be
You know who's
personality
INFJ
types
too? I
that.
found out is
INFJ too. I
that
found out is
Oliver
that
Anthony guy.
Oliver Anthony
I
guy.
wouldn't expect him to be
I wouldn't
INFJ, but
expect
when
him
I
to be
typed it,
INFJ,
he
but when I
ended up
typed
being
it, he
INFJ.
ended up being INFJ.
Oliver
You know that country
Anthony.
You
guy,
know that country guy,
that got the
Oh
ginger
that
guy?
got the
yeah,
ginger
Yeah,
guy?
he's
Yeah,
INFJ.
he's INFJ.
I didn't
he
expect him to
is.
be,
I didn't expect him
but
to be,
you know, when I
I didn't.
typed
I
it,
didn't expect him to be.
I
I didn't
untyped
expect
it.
him to be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but when I was watching his
I didn't. Ex-
Joe Rogan review,
Joe
I was
Rogan
typing
review,
him. I
I
was
was
like, oh
typing him.
okay,
I was like, oh,
this
okay.
guy's INFJ.
This guy's INFJ.
yeah, you'd be surprised sometimes. Like sometimes you'd think somebody's a completely different type of personality when you've seen them a few times, but when you actually listen to them, you're like, oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I need to
Oliver
I
Anthony
need
blew
to
up. Huh? Yeah.
I need to type
I
my
need to type
brother-in-law,
my
but
brother-in-law, but
he's pretty strongly
he's
thinks he's
pretty strongly
INTP.
thinks
I
he's
think he is
INTP.
too.
I think he is too.
But you know what's funny? For the
But
longest
you know what's
time, I
funny?
assumed
For the
he was an
longest time, I assumed he
ISFJ,
was an ISFJ,
which is funny. But then when
which is
I
funny.
was
But
like,
then when
that
I
makes
was like,
perfect sense. Why
that
did
makes
I never
perfect
think
sense.
of
Why did I never
INTP?
think of
Like what the,
INTP? Like what
you
the,
know? but
you know,
but
Yeah.
INTPs and ISTJs
are
they're like the same
they're
type,
like the same
but like
type, but like
flipped.
Hmm.
If that makes sense.
if
So
that
that's
makes
why I
sense.
get
So
easily
that's why I get
confused.
easily confused.
Yeah,
Um,
they're pretty
yeah,
different, but like
they're pretty
because they have the
different, but
same
like
exact
because they have the same exact
cognitive functions, but they're like
cognitive
flipped.
functions, but they're like flipped.
So if you're in like a
So
Mm.
if you're
nurturing
in like a
setting or
nurturing
whatever,
setting or
you
whatever,
probably look exactly
you
like an
probably look
ISFJ
exactly like an ISFJ
yourself. You probably look
Mm.
exactly like
probably
one.
look
People
exactly
probably would
like one.
perceive.
People probably would
They don't know
perceive.
MBTI,
They
but they
don't know
probably
MBTI,
perceive
but they
you as
probably
that person,
perceive
even
you
though
as
you're
that
more of
person,
an
even though you're
INTP.
more of an
It's kind of
Do
weird.
you think people perceive? Do you think people subconsciously perceive people without knowing about Myers-Briggs to
Yeah,
be
Yeah,
yeah,
certain archetypes?
yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
why MBTI
That's
like
why
it's all
MBTI
the
it's all the
the
I mean it's
archetypes,
pretty much
right?
archetypes of
it's pretty much
people.
archetypes of
Yeah.
people.
Consistent archetypes.
Consistent archetypes.
Yeah, isn't the Myers-Briggs personality test similar to like the Jung? Have you heard of the Jungian
Yeah. Well,
archetypes test?
you know who came up
You
with
know who came up
not
with
the
not the
MBTI like
MBTI like
ENTP ISFJ,
ENTP
not that stuff,
ISFJ, not that stuff,
but the
but
cognitive
the
functions that I've been talking
cognitive
about.
functions which I've been talking about.
Carl Jung.
Was it?
That's what Carlos.
Yeah.
Carl Jung came up with it. Yeah.
Carl Jung came up with, yeah.
And that's what the MBTI
And
types
that's
is
what
based
the
off of. Is
MBTI
Carl
types is based
Jung's
off of. Is Carl Jung's
cognitive functions. That's what
Archetypes?
cognitive functions. That's what
cognitive
Yeah.
functions.
cognitive functions.
Hmm.
Personality type.
Personality
Cognitive
type. Cognitive
Um, you
Um,
just call it personality
you just
types.
call
I
it
think he didn't
personality
say
types.
it.
I
He
think
has archetypes
he has
too. That's a
archetypes
separate
too.
thing.
That's a separate thing.
But I think his
But I think his
archetypes
archetypes
subconsciously, I think he did it on
subconsciously, I
purpose
think
or
he did it on
created
purpose
based
or
off of
created
his
based off
study of
of
the cognitive
his study of
functions.
the cognitive functions.
Because the archetypes
Mm.
he
Because the
created
archetypes
do
he
fit the
created do
MBTI types
fit
as
the
well,
MBTI types as well.
like to a T. They
Like to a
fit
T.
perfectly.
They
So I
fit
think he did
perfectly.
it
So I think he did it
intentionally.
intentionally.
He didn't like relate the
He
work,
didn't like
but I think
relate the work, but I think
subconsciously he
subconsciously he
noticed the patterns. So
noticed
that's
the
why it's
patterns. So
consistent.
that's why it's consistent.
Yeah, he probably made it very similar, maybe knowingly or
And archetypes is
unknowingly.
And
before the
archetypes is
MBTI
before the
types.
MBTI
But
types.
Yeah.
But
He didn't make the
no.
MBTI. He just
no.
led to it.
Yeah, MBTI is
Yeah,
based off
MBTI
of
is
Carl
based off
Jung's
of Carl
studies
Jung's
of
studies of
the cognitive
the
functions, but
cognitive
not the
functions, but not the
archetypes,
archetypes,
which is
Hmm.
confusing.
which
But
is
I
confusing.
I
But
do think it is
I
also
do
based
think
off
it
of
is
the
also
archetypes.
based off
It's
of the
based off of
archetypes.
it's just based off of those
It's just
work.
based off of those work.
And somebody
Yeah.
And
Myers
somebody
Briggs
Myers
and
Briggs and
Isabel Myers and whoever else I
Isabel
forgot their
Myers
names
and whoever
took his
names
work and they
took
combined
his work and they
all
combined
the archetypes and
all
cognitive
the
functions and made them into
archetypes and cognitive
types.
functions and made them into
You know,
types.
personality types.
Hmm.
That's pretty
Personality
much
types.
what
That's pretty much.
happened.
It's genius, to be honest, and I think it's quite accurate too.
It's pretty
I
consistent.
think that
Pretty consistent.
yeah, yeah.
The
I
thing
would
is,
consider
though,
myself an INTJ.
the thing is, though,
The thing is,
people,
people
MBTIs became like how
MBTIs became
astrology
like
is
how
now, where people
astrology
make it
is
into
now,
like
where
a
people
pop
make it into like a pop
culture
like a
thing,
pop
where they have no
culture
under
thing,
actual
where they have no
understandings of the
actual
signs of the
understandings
types,
of the
and like,
signs of the types.
you know, like
And
I'm a
like
Scorpio
I'm
because
a
I'm
Scorpio
mysterious,
because I'm
you know, or like
mysterious.
I'm an ENTP
I'm
because
an ENTP
I like
because
art
I
debating.
like art
That's how people are
debating.
typing
That's how
themselves
people
now.
are
It's like
typing
that's
themselves
not
now. It's like that's not
how there's more to
how
it. You
there's
can't.
more to it. You can't.
You can be any type and like
You can be any
debate.
type and like
I've seen
debate.
people
I've
say
seen
that
people
I'm not an
say that I'm not
I
an
saw some people say I'm
I
not an
saw some people
ISFP
say I'm
because
not
I'm
an
not
ISFP
artistic.
because I'm not
It's like
artistic.
because
It's
ISFP is called the artist.
because
It's like you don't have
she's
to
called
be
the artist. It's like you don't have to be
an artist, you know.
an artist.
It's
Hmm.
just the labels
It's just
these
the
like
labels
websites
these like
and books gave
websites
it. It
and
doesn't
books gave
necessarily
it. It
mean
doesn't
you are
necessarily mean
that
you
thing.
are that
You
thing.
know.
You
There's
know.
more to it.
Wait, you said I'm an INTP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was like, because I mixed them up. I mixed it up with INTJ for a second.
Yeah, which are pretty
INTJs,
different.
Yeah,
those,
which are pretty different.
yeah, INTJs are the ones that are like more, like Mark Zuckerberg is an INTJ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're more like evil, right?
Yeah. yeah.
Yeah.
A lot about evil
A
INTJs
lot
through
evil
history.
TJs through history.
Yeah,
A lot of
INTJs
evil
are
mass
like the
murderers
guy.
are
Evil mass
INTJs.
murderers are INTJs.
Really, most evil mass murders are INTJs?
Uh,
Uh,
I mean, I haven't typed
I
very
mean, I
many
haven't typed very
myself,
many
but
myself,
the consensus
but
is
the
most of them are,
consensus is
yeah.
most of them are, yeah.
Wow, yeah, I
There's a
believe
lot
it.
of
mass.
I mean, I have to type
I
these
mean, I have to
people,
type
but
these
there's a lot of
people, but there's a lot of
mass shooters that are
mass shooters that are
INTPs, I think.
INTPs, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, they
Jeffrey
probably.
Dahmer
Jeffrey
supposedly was
Dahmer
INTP.
supposedly was INTP.
You should try to type him
Yeah, I
and
will.
see if it's true.
Yeah, I will.
People say Ted Bundy's an
People say Ted
ENTP,
Bundy's an ENTP.
which I can see.
Did you ever type? Did you ever type the Night Stalker?
Oh, Richard Ramirez?
Oh,
No,
Richard
I would
Ramirez?
like to.
No, I would like to.
I'm
You should.
assuming
I'm
he's a
assuming he's a
ESTP. That's my
ESTP.
assumption.
That's my assumption.
That would make sense, I think.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
you're
was like, oh
correct.
shit. I started getting scared. I was like, oh shit, am I an INTJ? Because I know those guys are like,
Yeah,
they're like
supposedly,
logical and like super like cutthroat, cruel people, right?
I think
I think
Lennon, Vladimir
Lenin
Lenin was INTJ.
Vladimir Lenin
I've
was
heard.
INTJ. I've
I don't know
heard.
if that's
I don't know if that's
true.
true.
Um,
Um,
what's that guy? The Norway
what's that
terrorist
guy? The
guy.
Norway terrorist guy.
I heard is INTJ.
God.
I heard INTJ.
A Ted Kaczynski is
Ted
INTJ.
Kaczynski is INTJ.
I'm pretty sure.
Ted Kaczynski's an I. Really?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
I haven't typed him. I would.
I haven't typed him. I would.
I
But
might. This is based off my gut
This is
instinct.
based off my gut instinct.
And it's a consensus.
And it's a
most people say
consensus, as
INTJ.
most people say INTJ.
Eric Harris.
Eric Harris.
I call like Shearer's INTJ. I typed him. He's INTJ.
I typed him. He's INTJ.
Do you think that when you have a personality type, you think it stays with you for your entire life? Or do you think it can change?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it stays for you your whole life?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
in
And,
MBTI, the kind of
MBTI,
rules or whatever,
kind of
is that
rules or
it-
whatever.
it's kind of like astrology. It's like your
kind of like
sign.
astrology.
It just
It's like
stays with you
your
forever.
sign.
You can't
It just
change
stays
it.
with you forever. You can't change it.
Hmm. That's cool.
It can be harder to type.
It can be harder to type.
It's easier to type older
It's
people,
easier to type
not
older
younger
people,
because
not
younger people are
because
more
younger people are more
going through too many changes and
going
stuff.
through too many
So
changes and
they
stuff.
can look
So
like a certain
they
type,
can
but
look
they
like a
actually
certain
aren't
type, but they
because
actually
they're
aren't because they're
their development. They might
their
be having
development.
like
They
a
might
put
be
on
having
or whatever.
like a
You
put
know.
on or whatever. You know.
Was I easy to type?
Uh, yeah, I guess like
Yeah, I
I would
guess
say
like
average.
I would say average.
Like it didn't take that long.
Like it didn't take that long.
I've had
but,
quicker
I've had
typings.
quicker
I've had
typing.
longer. I've had one that
I've
was
had
going on
longer.
forever. Right. I was just trapped between the two.
Right, I was just trapped.
Hmm. How did you type yourself? You just like analyzed your own thoughts, or you like asked
two
yourself
things.
questions?
So I
Two
had
things.
me and two other
So I had
people.
me and two other people.
I first
Mhm.
typed myself
I first typed myself
through an old podcast,
through
like
an
how I
old
type celebrities.
podcast. Like
I
how
got
type celebrities.
ENTP.
I got ENTP.
Two other people on
Two
I
other
know,
people on
vaguely
I
know
know,
they're on YouTube.
vaguely know they're on YouTube.
I know there was one guy I know.
There was one guy I know
through
vaguely
YouTube.
know
I
found
contacted
through
through
YouTube. I
Facebook.
contacted through
He
Facebook.
and his friend
He and
typed
his
me.
friend
They both
typed me.
separately
They both separately
typed me.
typed me.
They both got ENTP.
They both got ENTP.
Oh wow.
So
And they use the same method? Did they use the same?
Same method. So I was like, okay, I'm an ENTP.
So I was like, okay, I'm an
There's
ENTP.
no odds. Like
There's
it's
no
pretty
odds.
consistent.
Like, it's
If I
pretty
did and they
consistent.
did,
If I
it's
did
like
and they
okay,
did, it's like,
separately.
okay.
Okay,
Separately,
it's really
okay.
consistent.
So ENTP is kind of similar to INTP, right? It's pretty much like the same layout, except extroverted thinking instead of introverted thinking, right?
No, they're both
No,
introverted thinkers.
They're both introverted thinkers.
ENTPs are extra intuitive
are
dominant.
extra intuitive dominant.
INTPs are introvert thinking
INTPs are
dominant.
introvert thinking dominant.
Mm. So it's one off basically.
People say that
People
ENTPs
say
and
that
INTPs are
ENTPs
actually the
and
same
INTPs are
type.
actually
It's
the
just
same
one's
type.
more
It's just
introvert and one's
one's
for
introvert
extrovert,
and one's for extrovert.
pretty much.
Pretty much.
Do you agree
Have you
with
watched
that?
Have you ever watched the
Have
YouTuber
you ever watched
Michael
the
Pierce?
YouTuber Michael Pierce?
No, I don't
Watch
think
his
so. I might have.
videos.
Watch his videos.
Watch his videos on all the MBTI types. He gives the best, easiest, and actually like detailed explanation of each type. His videos are very visual. He uses a lot of like imagery that's actually good and stuff to understand. And so you watch the
30,000
INTP.
subs? Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
subs.
he's the one that helped me understand all the types when I got into this. 'Cause I was confused at first when I was younger, and then he's the one that actually like clicked. I was like, oh, I understand all this now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a science, you know.
I used to think
Kind
when I
of.
first typed myself, I thought I was an ENTP, and then I
Hmm.
thought I was an ENFP for a long time. Now I'm ENTP.
You thought you
I
were an
briefly thought I was
ENFP?
ENFP. Yeah, because I related to introvert feeling and stuff, and yeah, I don't really use introvert feeling. I kind of confused it because introvert feeling, introvert thinking are very similar, so they're easy to confuse. But and it started making
What
sense
do you
because
think are the
a lot of the people I conflicted with my life and stuff, um, or had fallings out with, they're always like ENFPs or INFPs and stuff. And like it always
Mhm.
ended up where I started offending them and stuff, and it became apparent that I used it different, and I realized I thought completely differently from them too. I was like, I don't think like these people, you know. I mean, I relate to them because I'm kind of sober, but I'm like, I don't really relate. And then it started becoming more apparent it wasn't an ENFP. What were you gonna
What
say?
what what were those what were those types that you don't agree with? The ones that you don't have compatibility with?
I do have compatibility. It's just I don't have much. In terms of judging things, which was ENFP and like INFP.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, like for a type like mine or yours, what do you think what do you think the types would be that are would most likely cause the most conflict, or would be the
Oh,
least
um,
to get along with?
all of the SJ types, and
Sensing and judging?
yeah, and SFPs, ISFP, ESFP. That's about it.
Mm.
Most compatible you would be with would be other NTPs, probably like INFJ, EN. I don't think ENFJ is a good compatible. I mean, we can, but not really. I would say more INFJ. NTJs, good compatibility. NFP, honestly, even though I said I conflicted with some of them, ENFPs, INFPs, yeah. Most of my, even some of my friends I still have are those types I've had for years. Oh, ISTPs and ESTPs are good. That's about it. We're good, I guess.
Mm. It's interesting.
Yeah, it was
Oh
interesting
wow,
too.
they have compatibility charts?
A lot of those are BS. I'll be honest. Not all of them
Yeah.
are consistent. They're all kind of. They are the MBTI is a bit harder to pinpoint things because it's all opinion pretty much. It's not like astrology or everything's set in stone. So
Mm. Interesting. You said all the ones that are SJs,
yeah, not good for us.
sensing and judging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the normies of society. Those are like your wage cucks, normies of society. Those are the people that run, like these are the people that run fast food restaurants and offices and stuff. Those are the SJs. Our parents probably are
Mm.
SJ types too. Most people's parents are SJ types. Those like lead parents and stuff. They're very important
That's
to
interesting.
society. Probably some of the most important, but they that's about it.
Wow, so the like most of the like regular wages are SJs pretty
They're the
much, like
most
the
common
majority.
types,
They're the most
personality
common
types,
types, personality types,
statistically.
statistically.
Oh wow.
I actually took the
So
I actually
test
took the
twice in
test
school. We
twice in
actually had to take
school.
it
We actually
twice,
had to
uh,
take it
and I got an
twice,
ENTP
and I got
twice
an
in school as
ENTP
well.
twice in school as well.
And
mm,
And
guess what? Majority of the
guess
people
what?
were
Majority of the people were
SJ types.
SJs?
SJ
Yep.
types.
Really?
Yep. Yep.
ISTJ,
ISTJ,
ESFJ, yeah.
ESFJ,
All the
yeah.
people.
All the
Almost all the men
people.
were
Almost all
ISTJs and all the
were
women were
ISTJs and all the women were
ESFJs.
ESFJs.
Because those are the most
Wow,
common types of.
almost all the teachers too, you said?
No, it's students.
No, it's students.
Oh, almost all the students. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know about teachers, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I,
not teachers.
you can tell a difference between the SJs and other types, right? Pretty
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting because I
It was
remember taking
interesting
that
because
stuff. I knew about this
that
stuff
stuff. I
already.
knew about
Or
this stuff
taking it,
already. We're taking
and
it.
I remember hearing kids talk about the results.
talk about the
And you could
results.
always tell
And you
certain
could
people
always
certain
tell certain
types,
people certain types.
and some of them were BS. I'm like,
And
that
some of them were
person's not that
BS. I'm like,
type.
that person's not that type.
Mm.
Because I was like, oh,
You
this is
know,
how
because
they
I was like,
perceive
oh, this is how
themselves,
they
and it's like
perceive
wrong.
themselves, and it's like wrong.
But
But um,
I remember there's a question
I remember there's
in
a question in
one of the things. I think it was
one
for
of the
like
things. I think
intuitive
it was
versus
for like
sensing,
intuitive versus sensing,
where it was like, would you
where
rather
it
go
was like,
to an
would you
art
rather go
gallery
to an
or a
art
sports
gallery
event?
or a sports event?
And
And
you could tell who the
you could tell
sensing
who the
types were.
sensing
Probably
types
the
were.
ESTJs and
Probably the
ESTPs. You know who
ESTJs and
they were.
ESTPs. You know
Because
who
when they
they
read that
were.
question, they're
So when
like,
they read that
art
question, they're like,
gallery? That's
art
stupid.
gallery? That's stupid.
You know
Yeah.
you know who the
You know
non-intuitives
who the
were.
non-intuitives
You
were.
heard that. That's
You heard
stupid.
that. That's stupid.
That's stupid.
That's
Books,
stupid.
meaning,
Books
that's
meaning,
stupid.
that's stupid.
Yeah, that's how you can tell.
Yeah.
That's how
You
you
know
can
who
tell.
they are.
You know who they are.
ESTJ, you said?
Yeah, it's probably ESTJs.
Yeah, it's probably ESTJs.
Or
So
ESTP.
anybody with with S and J is like they're like the normies basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
And SP types are
I mean,
like
what
those are like the
what pers-
those are like the
they can be kind of normies, but
they can be kind of
they're
normies,
like they're like the people that are kind of more
they're like the people are
they're not intuitive or anything, but they're kind of like
they're not intuitive or anything, but
think
they're
of
kind of like
they're kind of like the
think of
unstructured people,
they're kind of
like
like the unstructured people,
like
your
criminals, people in the
criminals,
hood,
people in the hood,
but for more
but for more
they're like experiential people. Those
they're
are
like
the people that like
experiential people. Those are the
traveling.
people that like traveling.
Those are SP types are like
SP types
you're
are
like
like
SoundCloud rappers.
you're like SoundCloud rappers.
You're
You're
a lot of like those
a lot of
influencers,
like those
TikTokers. Those are like
influencers
SP
and TikTokers.
types.
Those are like SP types.
Those are like a lot of athletes are
a lot of athletes are
SP types. We've all known an
SP
SP
types.
person
We've
or
all
had a
known an
friend.
SP
They're
person
usually
or
kind
had
of
a
like the
friend.
chill
They're
person
usually
or
kind of
kind
like
of
the
down to
chill
earth
person
person
or
that
kind of down to earth person that
they might work like a regular
they
job,
might
but they
work
don't
like
really
a
care
regular
for it. They
job,
just
but
do
they
it
don't really
just
care
cause. But
for
they
it.
don't
They
really
just do it
complain
just
about
cause. But they
it.
don't really
But they
complain
kind of
about it. But
they're
they
probably
kind of
somebody that likes
they're probably
going
somebody that
out
likes
like drinking or
going out
partying
like
or to the
drinking or
club.
partying or
They
to
probably
the
like getting
club. They probably like
tattoos.
getting tattoos.
Um,
Um,
they like going out
they like
very
going out
sexual.
very sexual.
All the people that
All the
are
people that
successful in dating
are
apps are probably
successful in
SP
dating apps
types.
are probably SP types.
They like doing
They like
drugs. They're
doing
very experiential.
drugs.
That's
They're
kind of
very
like the SP
experiential.
types,
That's kind
pretty
of like the
much. A
SP
lot of
types, pretty much.
skaters.
A lot of
Skaters would
skaters.
be SP
Skaters
types. A
would
lot
be
of
SP types. A lot of
yeah, that's kind of how it's
that's
described
kind of how
SP
it's
types.
described SP types.
SPs. So they're kind of like normies too, but like less normie pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. So the SPs and the SJs, you said. The SJs are like the basic normies, and then the SPs are like the kind of
Yeah,
normies,
and
but
SP
like
types are
chill.
probably
And
the
SP types are probably the
troublemakers in
the
school that
troublemakers
go
in
against
school
the SJ
that
Mm.
types
go against the
usually.
SJ types
Yeah.
usually. Yeah.
I
Or
know
like the
exactly
girl,
what type
Or
of
like the
person you're
girl,
talking
a
about.
SP
Yeah.
guy
a
is the
SP
type of
guy
guy that's
is
the
the type of guy
troublemaker,
that's the
and then the SP
troublemaker,
girl is
and
the
then the
girl that
SP
will
girl is
argue
the
with the
girl that will
teacher
argue with the
or not
teacher
show up on
or
time,
not show up on time
bitchy.
or
Why am I
bitchy.
here?
Why am I here?
Or kind of like drama, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very
Mm.
flashy. They
Very
might show up for
flashy. They
class,
might
like the
show up for
Latina
class. Like
girl
the
that's kind of
Latina
bitchy,
girl
that's
that's kind of
flashy. It's
bitchy,
probably an
that's
SP
flashy. It's
type.
probably an SP type.
That's probably an
Yeah.
ESFP or
It's
an
probably an
ESTPA
ESFP or
girl.
an ESTPA girl.
I think the INTP personality fits me really well because I've always been like the one who's kind of nerdy and has like hyperfixations and shit, and I'm just kind of like introverted, but like pretty talkative, but introverted at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like my archetype. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. So I'll make sure to stay away from SJs or whatever. I
I
mean,
mean, it's
I like
hard. They're
everybody.
everywhere.
hard. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're
What do you
everywhere.
think? What like all the SJs collectively? What percentage of the population do you think they contribute to?
What percentage?
What percentage?
Yeah, of the population collectively, do you think they contribute to? Like 60 or
Uh,
70%? 80%?
70.
70.
70%? Wow.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
The rarest are like the
The
NT
rarest are
types.
like the NT types.
Those are the rarest.
Those are the rarest.
Hmm. So like you and me, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rarest.
Wow. Wait, which one was Julian Casablancas again?
ESFP.
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 He's a SP type.
He's a SP type.
So like they're like the kind of normies, but like not really.
Yeah, it kind of describes
Yeah,
him. He's kind of a chill dude.
He's kind of a chill dude.
He just likes making music.
He just likes making music.
I can tell he probably likes indulging in some sensory activities. Things like
Yeah, he
that.
probably likes
Like
drugs.
partying a
He,
bit.
I think he
But
likes
that's about
drugs
it.
and partying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he's kind of a chill dude.
But he's kind of a chill dude.
Some people type him as
Some
intuitive,
people
but
type
he's
him as
not
intuitive,
intuitive
but
at
he's not
all.
intuitive at all.
No,
He
he's
seems
more
kind
of like the
kind of
yeah, like SoundCloud rapper personality type.
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah.
Most SoundCloud rappers are
Most
ISFPs.
SoundCloud rappers are ISFPs.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, no, that's accurate. He is that type, definitely. I think his
He's the type
music's good,
too
but you
that
can
could
have
blend
That
in
could
with,
blend in with
even though he's not part of that
even though
world, I
he's
could
not
see
part
him
of that
like
world, I
blending
could see him
in
like
with
blending in with like
I could see him hanging out with
I could see him hanging out with
TikTokers.
TikTokers.
I could see that.
Mhm.
I could see that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
That'd be funny.
But
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
could
those
see it
guys,
too.
A
those
lot of those guys,
influencers are
those
SP types,
influencers are SP
like
types.
ESFPs,
Yeah.
ESTPs and stuff. Yeah, most of those people.
Most of those people.
That's why this stuff's real.
Why
Because
this stuff's
these
real
archetypes
because
in
these
society are
archetypes in
real.
society
Like,
are real. Like there's a
consistency.
consistency.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible for somebody to have like a personality like mine and get with somebody who shouldn't be compatible at all and it to work out? Like, do you think that's possible, or do you think that the personality differences are simply too much to like deal with for
I
both
think it's a
people?
bit. I would be honest.
I would be honest. I think it's too much to deal with.
Yeah,
I've
I
known
think so
people who've
too.
tried
I think
dating
People have
opposites
tried
on
dating
purpose and
opposites
it
on
never
purpose
works.
and it never works.
yeah. I think you need to have somebody who's at least like 50% like
Yeah.
similar to you, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. You know, because otherwise, like, what do you have to agree on? You know,
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
because like, what was Julian again? He was ESFP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're like an ESFP and then you're like with somebody who's like, I don't know, less into indulgence and shit like that, you're gonna more like what were the normies again? The SJs, right? If you're with
Mhm.
somebody who's like that and you're like friends with somebody who's like that,
Well,
like
SJ types
Well,
love
SJ
ISP
types love
types.
ISP types.
They're always attracted to them.
They're always attracted to them.
SP
mhm.
types are the most
SP types
attracted
are the
toward
most attractive
an
toward
normie society.
normie society.
Which are like the TikTokers.
Yeah, skaters,
Yeah,
SPs,
skaters,
gangsters are
SPs,
SPs.
gangsters are SPs.
Rap SoundCloud
Rap
rappers,
SoundCloud rappers,
fucking athletes are usually SP
athletes are usually
types.
SP types. You know.
Interesting. But I mean, if like I'm an INTP and I'm friends with somebody who's an SJ type or whatever, like the normies, there's too much of a difference to really be able to get along with somebody long term because the way they find enjoyment, the ways they find enjoyment are going to be completely different to yours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like,
Now,
ESFPs,
like SP types and stuff,
SP types and stuff,
they can be intellectual. Like there's intellectuals
like
that are
there's
those
intellectuals
types.
that are those types,
And a lot of times
mm,
it makes
and a lot of
unique
times it
intellectuals
makes
too.
unique intellectuals too.
it's just more rare or something.
Like Charles Bukowski is
Like Charles
ISTP, so he's an
Bukowski's
SP type.
so he's an SP type.
You know,
You know,
and
Oh wow.
but he fits the SP
but he
temperament.
fits
His
the
whole
SP
lifestyle
temperament. His whole
was
lifestyle was
indulgence and alcohol,
indulgence and alcohol,
and his whole writing thing
and
was
his
kind
whole
of
writing thing was kind of
accidental, sort of,
accidental,
or
sort
he
of,
kind of.
or
Yeah.
he kind of.
And you look at his writing.
You
I don't know
look
if
at
you've
his
read a
writing.
lot of
I don't know
his
if you've read a
writing
lot
and
of
stuff.
his
It's
writing
very.
and stuff. It's very.
He even talks about too.
He
He
even
doesn't
talks about
like
too. He doesn't like
going too deep into
going
writing.
too
He
deep
likes
into
writing
writing.
to
He
make
likes
things sound
writing to make
interesting,
things
but
sound
he doesn't
interesting,
care
but
about
he
like
doesn't care about
metaphors,
like
deep meaning and
metaphors,
stuff. He
deep
just likes
meaning and
things
stuff.
to
He just likes things to
be interesting.
be
He talks
interesting.
about that a lot.
Mm,
Talks about that a lot.
But I could read
interesting.
off
But I could read off
some ESFPs,
some
ESTPs,
ESFPs,
are the most
ESTPs, are the
SP, because
most
they're extra
SP,
sensing
because they're extra
dominant.
sensing
So that's their
dominant.
whole life.
So that's their
is all
whole
this
life
shit.
is all this
And
shit.
you'll when I read off these
when
people,
I
you're
read
like,
off these
oh,
people, you'd be like, oh,
wow,
Yeah.
yeah, duh.
wow, yeah.
So
duh.
ESFPs,
So ESFPs,
Aiden Ross,
Aiden Ross,
ESFP,
ESFP,
this fucking
this fucking
Amy Schumer,
Amy Schumer,
Belle
Yeah.
Delphine,
Belle Delphine,
Yeah.
Julian Casablancas,
Julian Casablancas,
that Just Pearly
that
Things,
just
the
Pearly Things, the
ESFP,
ESFP,
Logan Paul,
Logan Paul,
Riley
Yeah.
Reed,
Riley
the
Reed,
ESFP,
ESFP,
and then you got like
and then you got like
Bronze Age
Bronze
pervert, who's
Age
actually an
pervert, who's
intellectual
actually an
ESFP.
intellectual ESFP.
Jocko
Well, that
Willink's
makes
the
sense.
ESFP.
That makes
ESFP.
sense because his whole thing is about like, isn't his whole thing about like sexuality and indulgence being like the core to everything?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he doesn't really have
he
introvert,
doesn't really have introvert
thinking stuff when he
stuff
talks.
when
He has a lot
talks.
more
He has a lot more
introvert feeling, introvert
introvert
thinking
feeling,
too.
introvert thinking
But
too. But
yeah.
yeah.
Um, and then
And then
Jocko Willink's the
Jocko
ESFP
Willink's
actually.
ESFP actually.
He's very disciplined,
He's very
and
disciplined
stuff, but
and stuff,
military
but,
guy,
military
Chad
guy, but
ESFPs actually could do well in
ESFPs
the
actually could do well in the military.
actually. So yeah, there's some ESFPs. Terry Richardson's the
Terry Richardson's the
ESFP.
ESFP.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Hmm.
Well, okay. So ESTPs.
So ESTPs.
Adam 22.
Adam 22.
ESTP. He's a total
He's a
SP type.
total
His whole
SP
life
type.
is.
His whole life.
That's his whole life.
That's
His whole like
his whole
archetype of being
archetype
is
of
fucking
being is
sensory
fucking
indulgence,
sensory
edginess,
indulgence,
and everything.
edginess and everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
ASAP Rocky's the
It
ESTP.
ASAP Rocky's an ESTP.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Hulk Hogan's
Hulk
ESTP.
Hogan's
Joe Rogan's
ESTP.
actually
Joe
an
Rogan's
ESTP.
actually an ESTP.
He's a very trendy guy, so it makes sense.
And he's very sensory.
He's very
He's into
sensory
like
and he's
extreme
into,
things like
extreme
fighting
things, like
and
fighting and
like smoking weed,
smoking weed,
food, like
food,
everything's very
like everything's very
sensory. And he's a bit.
sensory and he's a bit.
And people say, well, Joe Rogan's not ESP because he's intellectual. It's like, well, he's not really that intuitive. Like he's very like down to earth kind of guy.
Very
he likes learning things
he
and
likes
stuff.
learning
That's
things
just
and stuff.
introverted thinking.
That's just introverted thinking.
Hmm.
Function, like he has with like ENTPs, INTPs. So that's kind of and yeah, he's not really that intellectual. Just because he smokes a lot of weed and says like an insightful thing.
Whoa, the universe is.
Yeah.
Bro, a bunch
Yeah,
of monkeys
it's
smoked
yeah,
weed, and that's why we evolved, bro. A bunch of
ESTPs is
monkeys
the
smoked
ultimate-
some weed.
ESTPs are
And
known
we
for
evolved,
using
bro.
logic, too. ESTPs are known for using bro logic. That's kind of a meme in the MBTI community. These bro logic.
Yeah, no, he
I have
is
a
complete bro.
ESTP
roommate
roommate
that does the same thing.
Yeah, he's like Joe Rogan. Has the same interests as Joe Rogan. Stuff like ancient Egypt and like aliens and shit. Like roommates and shit too. Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan.
But
They
Neil
have
deGrasse
bro
Tyson's
interests.
actually an ESTP.
Wow, that makes sense
That
too.
guy's not intuitive.
That guy's not intuitive, by the way.
He's so
He's
ground like
so ground like
even when people bring
even when
up like
people
what
bring
ifs
up
and
like
stuff,
what
he's
ifs
like
and stuff,
no.
he's like no.
Everything has to be down
Everything
to
has
practical,
to be
like grounded.
grounded.
Like he does not like
I
when
mean,
people
down.
go like abstract and stuff.
Oh my God, he would hate me, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He would
he would hate
fucking
me
hate
too.
me.
you'd hate me too.
Like our numerology
He'd hate both
conversation,
of
he's
us.
like that's stupid.
He's like that's stupid.
You know,
Yeah.
You know.
He
Yeah.
supports the big science, big pharma, big science. The
also
current
when
thing.
he was younger, he was in that extreme athletics and like he was kind of living an ESTP lifestyle and then he became a scientist. But
He even down to the way he talks is like very monotone and like
Yeah.
logical.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's the
Stallone's
ESTP.
ESTP.
Sneeko is an
Sneeko is an
ESTP.
ESTP.
A lot of people think he's
Oh
an
my
A lot of
God.
people think
ENTP,
he's an ENTP.
but he's a total
But he's a
ESTP.
total ESTP.
And the way his speech
And the way
patterns, you can
his
tell
speech
too.
patterns,
Like,
you can
I
tell
don't know
too.
have you ever
Like,
watched?
have you ever watched?
I shared some of his videos.
I
John
shared some of his videos.
Zerka, like John Zerka's the
like John
ENTP,
Zerka's the ENTP.
and they've collaborated. And it's so obvious
It's
because
so
John
obvious
Zerka's
because
very
John Zerka's
rambly.
very rambly.
He goes into abstract stuff like flat Earth, Masonic literature, and he rambles about it. He goes deep, blah 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 blah. You know. And then
Yeah.
Sneeko, his conversation style, he thinks all that's so stupid. And he speaks in a very like precise way. Everything how he talks is very precise. He speaks in a loud, demanding, precise voice. He doesn't use a lot of ums. He doesn't use a lot of formal language. He's very direct when he talks, grounded. So that's a sign of like an ESTP, you know. Because they have that speech pattern. Yeah.
ESTPs talk grounded and direct.
Yeah. While
Yeah.
ENTPs are more
rambly,
rambly,
a lot of
more all over the place.
ENTPs and INTPs are like that.
Yeah, they're
Or
more
it's just
rambly
they're
all
more
over the
rambly
place.
all over
They
the
talk.
place.
They go from one topic
They
to
go from one
another.
topic to another.
Yeah, I
Obviously
tend
more
to find
abstract,
people.
more
abstractions and stuff.
Yeah, I tend to find that people who are like the Sneakos type, which is ESTP, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tend to find that these types of people tend to think not necessarily that I'm stupid, but they tend to like not really get what I'm saying sometimes, and they'll kind of just brush me off as like delusional or like out of it or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's an ESTP
that's an
thing.
ESTP thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people, Andrew Tate's an ENTP.
Andrew Tate's an ENTP.
A lot of people think he's
Hmm.
ESTP.
A lot of people think he's ESTP.
And I kind of
ESTP
figured
Andrew Tate is?
ENTP.
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 A lot of people think he's an ESTP.
Oh, ENTP.
A lot of people think he's an ESTP.
Because he fits the stereotype, but he's actually an ENTP.
an ENTP.
And I kind of figured
Is
this
it
out
true?
a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because when I started watching some of his videos, especially his like, I watched on YouTube his like Hustlers University videos and stuff, and I was like, this guy is not an ESTP.
Mhm.
It's just the way he
Yeah,
expresses
he's
himself. How he explains how to do things and stuff, and his humor, his kind of weird. He uses extra intuition. He speaks in a very calculated way, but he's super informative. He gives a lot of like too much details on one thing, and he's all like, and you can tell too he's not naturally. I think he plays the character of an ESTP, but he's not an ESTP. Like you can tell, like that's not naturally him. You can tell his real self is more dorky or kind of nerdy, or kind of you can tell he's intuitive. Like I've always thought he was intuitive. Like he's a secret intuitive. He wouldn't want to portray himself as that, but he really is. And he also says too how he views life like like chess and stuff. That's kind of an intuitive thing, like the kind of like he kind of plans it in his head and stuff. That's not really an ESTP. ESTP
not really an
thing. Like
ESTP thing.
you
Like
know,
you know,
he's an entrepreneur,
he's an
ideas man.
entrepreneur,
So
ideas
yeah,
man. So
and
yeah,
Yeah,
and he,
ESTPs are more like spontaneous, right?
yeah.
yeah.
I don't
It's
see an
more
I don't see
ESTP
spontaneous
an
and impulsive.
ESTP
like
like
I don't know, just doing
I
a
don't
lot
know,
of things
just
he
doing a lot
does.
of things he does.
Like even
Like
though his talking
even though
points
I
and
was
stuff,
talking points and stuff,
he
it's
gets into too much
too
like
he gets into too much
abstractions
like
and
abstractions and like
he rambles a
he
lot.
rambles a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can tell
and I
physically
can
he's
tell
not an SC
physically he's
type.
not an SC type.
He seems like an NE
He
type,
seems like
like
an
an
NE type,
extroverted
like an
type. His
extroverted type.
body language and
Mm.
stuff.
Body
It's
language
not
and stuff.
because ENTPs can
Because
easily
ENTPs can easily
fall into that lifestyle.
fall
They
into
can
that
like
lifestyle.
I can picture myself
I can
like
picture myself like
easily like
easily like
maneuvering in that type of
maneuvering
lifestyle
in
he
that
has.
type
I
of
could
lifestyle he has.
see
I could
myself easily
see myself
like
easily
pulling off the like
like pulling off the like
even athletics, and I
even
could
athletics, and
easily
I could
like see myself
easily
like
like see myself like
so. But
so. But
even though we're not known for that,
even
but
though we're not known for that, but yeah,
That's cool. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
but yeah,
I was gonna ask something. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to remember. Um, yeah. What do you think the most? What do you think the type that has the most insane people is?
probably ESFP.
probably ESFP.
ESFP?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Why?
maybe ESTP,
maybe
but no,
ESTP,
ESFP
but now
wins.
ESFP wins.
A lot of
A lot of
you're
you're
even if you look at the most
even
like
if you look
famous
at the
people
most
are
like
known to be
famous people are
crazy
known
or
to
like
be crazy or
unhinged
like
or trashy, they're
unhinged or
always
trashy, they're
ESFPs.
always ESFPs.
Um,
Um,
well,
What about intelligent people?
ESFP would be most
ESFP
likely
would be most
because
likely
in
because
general, even the most
in
insane people
general,
I
even the
know are
most
probably
insane people I know are
ESFPs.
probably ESFPs.
Because they're extrovert sensing
Because they're
dominant,
extrovert
so they're
sensing
very
dominant, so they're very
impulsive, very
impulsive, very
in the moment, don't
in
think
the moment,
forward,
don't think
police
forward,
don't have any
police
forward
don't have
thinking,
any
but
forward
also they
thinking,
have
but
introvert
also they have
feeling,
introvert feeling.
so their
So
judgments
their
are
judgments
not
are
like introvert
not
thinking
like
where it might
introvert
be more
thinking where it might be
calculated.
more calculated.
They just do whatever
They
on it
just
they
do
feel
whatever
like
on
on
it they
impulse.
feel like
That's
on impulse. That's
ESFP's type pretty much.
ESFP's type pretty much.
They don't care if anything makes sense,
They don't
so
care if
they
anything makes sense,
and
so
so when
they
you're
and so
constantly
when
if
you're
that's your whole
constantly
life, you're
if
gonna
that's
be
your whole
insane
life, you're
pretty
gonna be
much.
insane pretty much.
Yeah.
You're in an unhealthy environment.
You're not in a healthy
So
environment.
ESFPs
So
like
ESFPs like
for example
for example like
you know we we're talking about
you know we're
traveling.
talking about traveling.
Mhm.
If you told me
If you
traveling to
told me
Florida right
travel
now,
to Florida right now,
and if I wanted to,
and if
I'd
I
be like,
wanted
yeah, I
to,
will.
I'd be like,
But
yeah, I will.
all of
But
a sudden I'll start thinking
all of a
about
sudden I'll start
things
thinking about
like how
things
I'm going to do
like
this,
how I'm
how I'm
going
going
to
to
do
do
this,
that.
how am I going to do
I would
that.
probably set some
I would
time to
probably
plan.
set
You
some
know, I would
time
do
to
things
plan.
like
You
that.
know, I would do things like that.
ESFP,
ESFP,
they say, yeah, I will.
they say, yeah, I will.
They'll just get up and do it.
They'll just get up and do
They'll
it.
say, all right, what's a
They'll say,
flight?
all right,
All
what's a
right,
flight?
they don't care
All
how much
right,
money, they'll
they don't
just do
care how
it.
much money, they'll
They
just do
have
it.
that kind of
They
thinking.
have that
A
kind
lot
of
of times
thinking.
ESFPs are
A lot
very
of times
successful
ESPs are very
people in life.
successful people
That's why
in
they
life.
become successful
That's why they
influencers
become
because they have
successful influencers because they have
sometimes that impulse is
sometimes that
very good.
impulse is
It
very
works
good.
super
It
well in their
works
favor,
super well in their
you know,
favor,
in life.
you know, in life.
Mhm.
But yeah, they can be
But
they're
yeah,
usually insane
they can be the reason it's saying.
because of that.
What about the type that has the most intelligent people?
Also, I wanted to say my
Also, I
final
wanted to
point on
say my
ESFP.
final point on
The most
ESFP.
stereotypical
The most
ESFP is
stereotypical
probably
ESFP is probably
Aiden Ross is probably the most
Aiden Ross is
stereotypical
probably the most
ESFP. That
stereotypical
guy has
ESFP.
no
That
thought
guy
in his
has
head.
no thought in his head.
There's
He
literally watch
doesn't.
him.
He's
He's like,
Literally
whoa,
watch him like, whoa,
what, like everything. He does
like
not.
everything
There's
he does
no. He
not.
doesn't sit and
There's
think.
no. He
He's just
doesn't sit
like
and think. He's just
impulse,
like
impulse. There's. He's
impulse.
so like Zoomer
He's so
brain,
like Zoomer
SE brain.
brain,
Like he
SE
cannot
brain. Like he
focus.
cannot
There's nothing
focus.
there.
There's nothing
It's just
there.
impulse,
No,
impulse.
Aiden Ross has like no like original thoughts. He's
Yeah.
like on
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
he's on his like consumerist mindset, bro. He's like
Yeah, ESFPs are
literally
Yeah,
mostly like
impulsive.
consumer
ESFPs are
type,
but like consumer type.
probably. To
Yeah.
indulge into, yeah.
To indulge into.
Very
He's like the
reactive type.
indulgent
They're the most
Zoomer.
reactive type
Type.
too.
They're the most reactive type too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the perfect archetype for that.
Yeah.
Literally.
And that's why it makes sense because his
You
best
just
friend Andrew Tate's the ENTP, and the dynamics like so obvious.
hmm
Yeah, but
Yeah,
and
they're great. They're great
ENTPs think
for each
ESFPs are
other.
stupid, and ESFPs think ENTPs are really cool, but they don't realize that ENTPs think they're stupid. That's the classic dynamic.
A lot of them are stupid, unironically.
If you look up like famous ESFPs, you're like, oh wow, like personality. Oh wow, a lot of like airhead, dumb. But there's intellectual ones. There's smart
There are,
ESFPs,
yeah.
but you know,
There are, but they're known for being stupid, I guess.
what were you saying? Intelligent type?
Yeah.
It has to be
INTJ maybe or
INTP.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, no brainer.
INTP. INTP and INTJ probably, I think.
INTJs are they're pretty smart, but not as smart
Hmm.
because
What do you what do you think about INTP makes them so intelligent? Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
oh, so INTPs have introvert thinking, and INTJs have extrovert thinking. So INTP is internal logic. So you make a lot of decisions always with your internal logic, but not just that. Um, INTP's introvert thinking, internal logic, you ponder a lot, so you think about something a lot. So like let's say you're learning about what's a concept? Oh, you're learning about Masonic, occult Masonic, or you're learning about black magic. This is a good okay. You research
Mm-hmm.
stuff on it, but a lot of times you probably do this. You ponder on it. If you're researching something, you think about it in your head. It's repeated. Like okay, you think about this, and then you're like, black magic, this ritual, blah 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 blah. Like it goes through your head. You think about a lot. So the more you ponder on something for a long time, the more you're gonna be familiar with the subject and things like that. INTJs have
Yeah, I do
extroverted
that.
thinking,
Mm-hmm.
and so they have extrovert thinking. So extrovert thinkers do not care about pondering that much. They only care to learn something to use it for something for utilization. They don't learn something
They're
for the
al-
sake of it. So when they're learning
they're more
about black magic,
opportunistic.
they're gonna learn about it, but they're only gonna learn the important things to use for that moment. They're not gonna care about if they remember it in the future. It's only for that moment.
Yeah. So they're
So,
more opportunistic people,
yes,
basically.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I did an IQ test and it was pretty high actually. It was like 140 or something, which is pretty high. So it does make sense. Maybe it plays into the autism I got diagnosed
Yeah.
with a while back. Could be the.
Well,
Do you think that Myers-Briggs, huh?
fixated interest is almost pretty much introvert thinking, I think. As
Yeah.
Bruce just describes it, introvert thinking types are very good at fixating on certain subjects and learning everything about it. This is their skill, essentially.
Hmm. Yeah. Do you think that astrological charts are intimately connected with the archetypes of your subconscious and your Myers-Briggs personality?
There's a lot of inconsistency. They don't really correlate,
It would make sense for me because I have a lot of
but
mercurial elements within my chart, which would kind of point to that INTP mindset.
like my astrological chart does not match with the ENTP at all, really.
Mm.
Um, but actually, if I was a type, it would probably be like INFJ. That's what my chart looks like an INFJ. Um,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
life path number does correlate with MBTI type usually.
Mm.
most of the time.
Are most
Most
I
of the time.
are most INFJs intelligent or?
Yeah, yeah, they are.
Yeah, they
So it's hard to
are.
say because
So it's
all
hard to
types
say
are
because all
intelligent in
types are
different
intelligent in
ways. They're
different
skilled at
ways.
certain
They're skilled at
things
certain
more than others.
things more than others.
Hmm.
So
So
intelligence is kind of
the
a vague
intelligence is
term.
kind of a
So
vague term.
um,
So
Yeah, it's
um,
relative or whatever. Yeah, like ESFPs are intelligent when it comes to understanding how
I'd say street smart.
it's just
trends
street
work
smart.
and yeah, street smarts, and
SP
it's an
types are the
intelligence that
street
SP
smart
types are the
types.
street smart types.
yeah, it's an intelligence that comes natural. It's like it's a
They know
innate
how to
They know how
operate the
to
room, work the
operate the
room,
room, work
read the
the
room.
room,
That
read
is a
the
certain
room.
type of
That is a
intelligence,
certain type of intelligence,
it's like a social intelligence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're very good at
they're
being
very good at being
opportunistic.
opportunistic.
They'll jump on like
What?
a
They'll jump
trend.
on
Like
like
if
a
they see
trend.
something
Like
that
if
might
they
get
see something that
famous,
might
like
get
an
famous, like
entertainer,
a
SP
entertainer,
entertainer, they'll
SP
jump
entertainer,
right
they'll
on it.
jump right on it.
They don't even care if
They
it
don't even
burns
care
out.
if
They'll
it
just
burns
jump
out. They'll
for it.
just
They'll
jump
just
for it.
go
They'll
for
just
it. They don't even
go
care if
for it. They don't even
it's
care if
lame. They'll just
it's
go for
lame.
it.
They'll just go for it.
Yeah, you should probably analyze one of my friends. I don't know if you would be willing to do that, but
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I would.
he he's got an account with like 78,000 followers, and his name is Energy of Key, and he's like a trend guy. Like he's like super into trends. He's got like a degree of intelligence, but he loves Andrew Tate. Um,
My
but
gut.
My gut.
he's kind of introverted, but he's not really
My
introverted.
gut instinct
My
says
gut instinct says
ESTP.
ESTP.
Yeah, it's something. It's something. It's like
Well,
he's very action
Well, I
oriented,
thought
very
my
action oriented,
I thought
very
my
like
roommate was
goal.
intuitive at first, kind of, but then when you start more, you're like, oh, you're just like an ESTP. Because ESTPs
Hmm.
can
because
look,
ESPs can look,
like let's say Joe Rogan
Joe
can look
Rogan
like
can look like
intuitive, but it's
intuitive,
not
but it's not
real. They kind of have that weird
they
middle
kind of have that
ground.
weird middle ground.
So it's that introvert thinking,
It's that introvert thinking.
because they have that as the
Because they have
judging,
that as the
so it's a lot of
judging, so it's a lot
analysis,
of
so they can kind of
analysis, so
look
they
like
can kind of
intuitive
look like
because of that
intuitive because of
analysis,
that
kind of internal
analysis,
logic,
kind of
introvert
internal
thinking
logic,
function.
introvert thinking
So
function.
that's why they can
So that's
look
why they can
intuitive.
look,
You know,
I think he's an
yeah.
ESTP because he's like half extroverted, half introverted, really into trends. He really knows how like social trends work on like a collective level.
Yeah, that
And
sounds like
yeah, that
one.
sounds like one.
And the
yeah,
Andrew
And
Tate
the
kind of
Andrew
fan.
Tate kind of fan.
ESTPs love
ESTPs
Andrew Tate.
love Andrew Tate.
yeah, he loves Andrew Tate. He's a huge fan of Andrew.
They're all
They're all
ESTPs are all into that
ESTPs are all
like
into that
fucking
like
red
fucking
pills.
red
They're all into
pills.
that
They're all
shit,
into that
dating, all
shit.
that
Oh my
fucking.
God, he's
That's
completely into red pill.
for.
He's like,
That's
you
made for
have to look
ESTP.
like
That's made for
he's.
ESTP.
Made for
But
ESTP.
you know what's funny?
But you know what's
Most of
funny?
those
Most of those
influencers with red pill are all
influencers with red pill
ENTPs.
are all
Majority of them are
ENTPs.
ENTPs.
Majority of them
So
are
they're like
ENTPs. So
ENTPs
then
that
like
are
ENTPs that
intentionally
are
tapping into an
intentionally tapping
ESTP
into an
market. It's like they
ESTP
know.
market. It's like they
You probably
know.
don't know MBTI,
You
but
probably
they
don't know
know that
MBTI,
like
but they know
archetype
that
they're
like
tapping
archetype
into.
they're tapping
They're making
into.
it forward.
They're making it forward.
Wait, the ENTPs are the red pilled like
Majority of the people,
Majority of the
influencers
people,
are red
influencers
pill
are
guys are
red pill
ENTPs.
guys are
Majority of them.
ENTPs. Majority of them.
and they're tapping into the ESTP market basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate, ENTP,
Andrew Tate,
Myron
ENTP,
Gaines from Fresh
Myron
and
Gaines
Fits,
from Fresh and Fits,
ENTP,
ENTP,
John Zerka, even
John
though he's
Zerka,
not
even though he's not
really, he's a troll,
really, he's a
not really, he
troll,
just
not
appears
really,
on
he
those
just appears on
podcasts.
those podcasts.
He's the ENTP,
He's the ENTP,
and he's the most obvious
and he's the most
ENTP,
obvious ENTP.
because he's like such a troll and
He's like such a
knows what
troll
he's doing. But yeah,
and knows what he's doing. But yeah.
Yeah,
and it's funny
that's
because John
interesting.
Zerka
And
is
it's
like
funny
he's
because
like
John
playing
Zerka is
a
like he's like
stereotype
playing a
ESTP,
stereotype
Giga
ESTP,
Chad Ultra
Giga Chad
stereotype,
Ultra
even though he's
stereotype,
actually an
Yeah.
even though
ENTP,
he's actually
obviously.
an NTP, obviously.
What do you think is the most like? What do you think the type is that has the most potential to be powerful on like a like societal level, like to like amass fortune and like influence and stuff
ENFJ,
materialistically?
probably.
ENFJ probably.
ENFJ.
Yeah, majority of
Yeah, majority of
the most like
the
impactful leaders
most
in
like
history have
impactful
been
leaders in
ENFJs.
history have been ENFJs.
Um,
Mm.
Um,
Hitler was actually an
Hitler was
ENFJ.
actually an ENFJ.
A lot of people say he's INFJ.
A lot of people
He's
say he's
actually an
INFJ. He was
ENFJ.
actually an ENFJ.
Makes sense. What do you think Jesus Christ was?
I have typed him
I have typed him
based off of
based off of you know
what things he said.
what things he said.
INFJ.
INFJ.
Yeah?
Yeah. Buddha was INFJ.
Buddha was
too.
INFJ too.
It has a lot to do with like spirituality, right? Like
Yeah,
they're usually
INFJ is
spiritual
probably
Yeah,
people.
INFJ is probably the most spiritual type.
A lot of spiritual teachers.
A lot of
and stuff are
spiritual
INFJs.
teachers and stuff are INFJs.
Wow.
Mhm.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
ENFJ and ESFPs are the most trendy, right?
Yeah, I would say ESFP,
Yeah, I would say
ESTP.
ESFP, ESTP.
ESFP, ESTG?
ESFP,
ESFP,
ESTP.
ESTP.
Oh, those two. And then the ENTPs are like the more like calculative version of those two that kind of like exploit them.
Yeah, and in ENFP
Yeah, and in
for to a certain
ENFP
extent.
to a certain extent.
Because ENFP
And-
is,
and the
similar to ESFP,
similar
but
to
it's obviously
ESFP, but it's
intuitive and
obviously
stuff.
intuitive and stuff.
ENFPs don't really do
ENFPs don't really
though.
do exploiting though.
So what do they what is that what does that type fit into? What do they do exactly?
ENFPs?
ENFPs?
Yeah.
I typed Mary as an ENFP.
I typed Mary as an ENFP actually.
They're so think of ENTP
think
and
of ENTP and ESTP.
then think of ENFP,
Then think of
ESFP. It's
ENFP,
kind of the
ESFP.
similar,
It's kind of
same
the
thing.
same thing.
Mhm.
ESP is obviously more
ESP
trendy
is
and stuff.
obviously more trendy and stuff.
More impulsive and stuff. ENFP is obviously more cerebral. ENFPs are more cerebral, more intuitive, obviously. Informative. Well, actually, they're both informative types. That has to do with introvert feeling. So ENFP, they're kind of like your. They're very similar to ENTP. But ENTPs are they have more stronger values. They know themselves more. ENFPs are like kind of your goofy, cool kids that make kind of interesting art. They're usually like hippies. They're probably into like the hippie bohemian lifestyle. They're usually liberal. I mean, there are conservative ENFPs. Like Nick Fuentes is an ENFP, but they're pretty conservative ENFPs, but Kanye is actually an ENFP as well. They're usually yeah, I don't know, creative, cooler kids, pretty much, or they may not be in art, they might be in activism usually. A lot of YouTubers are ENFPs. A lot of comedians.
Do you think that ESTJ is like the most normie sign? The most normie type?
TJ?
ISTJ?
ESFJ actually. ESFJ is the most normal sign. They are the archetypal.
Yeah.
Archetypal normie.
Archetypal.
Which one do you think is more annoying?
ESTJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're bossy. They think they know what they're doing. And they do to a certain extent. But they think they're like more. They think they have. They kind of think themselves as a cerebral type, but they really aren't. Yeah, it's kind of robotic. very ESTJs are like
ESTJs are like
hall monitor, the hall
hall
monitor.
monitor,
It's the
the hall
archetype.
monitor. It's the archetype.
Oh, they're very like are
A
they
lot of them are police
unemotional?
officers.
A lot of them are police officers. A lot of them are police officers.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are they unemotional people?
No, but they get really
No,
angry.
but they get really angry.
Oh, like they hold grudges and shit?
Yeah. And they're really
Yeah.
bad at hiding it.
They're really bad at
They
hiding
get
it.
explosive.
They get explosive.
I think my mom dated
Oh,
an
it's-
My mom
ESTJ,
dated an ESTJ,
and he was like that.
Mm.
and he was like
And yeah, it's
that.
funny. He wanted to be
Yeah,
a
it's
cop.
funny.
He ended
wanted
up
to be
not being a cop. He wanted to be a
being a
cop,
cop.
which
He
is
wanted to
funny.
be a cop, which is funny.
Are they like very are they very like serious? Like they don't have much humor?
Yeah. Hassan
Yeah,
Piker's an
Hassan
ESTJ.
Piker's an ESTJ.
Mm.
And yeah, and
And yeah,
um, his lifestyle doesn't fit
his
that
lifestyle doesn't
stereotype,
fit
but
that stereotype. But
if you watch the stuff and analyze him, what he says, he's an ESTJ, because ESTJs can be entertainers and stuff. They can be in the business, and yeah, he's kind of unemotional. He's very like serious, direct, to the point, kind of and he's really bad at internal logic. That's why when introvert thinkers debate him and stuff, he has nothing. Especially if they're intuitive, he has nothing because he's very grounded. He has his few talking points about, conservatives and bad, and doesn't really clarify what's bad. He's like, yeah, I think people against same-sex marriage are bad. Yeah. That's his
But he
take.
doesn't
That's his take.
Very,
he doesn't
like,
really say he doesn't really say why.
yeah.
Yeah.
He just says like what he feels, but he doesn't know how to back
Yeah.
it up basically.
Yeah.
That's a classic like
That's a
STJs
classic. Like
are like that.
STJs are like that.
They don't really clarify. They just
They
make
don't really
broad
clarify. They
points
just
and then
make
don't
broad
really
points
clarify.
and then don't really clarify.
I think I've met a few people like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so like famous
famous
ENFPs, because you're kind of curious. So I have quite a few actually. I typed Aquafina, Charles Manson's ENFP,
Charles Manson's ENFP,
David Cho's ENFP, Grimes, Pharrell's an ENFP, Rose McGowan's an ENFP, Roman Polanski, Tyler Creator's an ENFP, Kanye's ENFP. ENFP actually might be the most creative and artistic type, I actually think.
Really?
Yeah. I think most of the
What's
best
the
artists
most-
are ENFPs. Actually.
Mm. Why do you think that is?
Well, they have extra intuition dominance, so they're very obviously that's pretty much the creativity function. So it's all about ideas and possibilities and thinking about all that stuff over and over, ideas and stuff, and then that FI introvert feeling. So they're not really scared to. They just pretty much create whatever they feel like in the moment. So they're gonna generate a lot of shit, and yeah, it's just very authentic. They're not really gonna hold themselves back. I actually think ENTPs are second. A lot of people say INFPs and ISFPs are the best at creativity, which is true. They're up there, but ENFPs and ENTPs edge them out because they have that extra intuition, which is like literally the creativity function, which is their dominant. So they're gonna win, I think.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Oh yeah, ESTJs. Who did I type as ESTJ? Not a lot. It was
There aren't
Hassan
many?
Piker. That trans YouTuber streamer Keffals. I don't know if you ever heard her, whatever gender they identify as. That person's an ESTJ. Kind of the same as Hassan Piker. kind of that same type
person.
OP from Opie and
OP
Anthony
from OP and Anthony
ESTJ.
ESTJ.
Yeah, pretty much. That I don't have very many. I don't have very many SJ types.
I don't have very many
because
SJ types.
I think it's because I type too
I
many
think it's
like
because I
artists
type
and
too many like
stuff, so you're not
artists
gonna
and
find a
stuff,
lot
so
of
you're not
SJ
gonna
types
find a
in
lot of
art.
SJ
So
types in art. So
Mm. You would have to go to like business to find SJs or something, probably.
yeah, politics.
politics.
Yeah. Business, politics, stuff like that. Yeah, like more like. Yeah. I enjoy reading more about artists and stuff like that rather than people that are into business. I find them more interesting, personally. You know?
Yeah.
What's that in your hand? Is that a microphone or something?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's neat.
I'm actually curious if.
If
I want to look at my settings. Okay, yeah, it has been. For some reason, Mary was thinking I was like talking through my headphones. I'm like, no, I've been talking
Mary-
through the
I've been
microphone.
talking through the microphone.
Mary is I Enjoy Minion, right?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
What?
Yo.
What?
Mary is I Enjoy Minion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. I don't know. Do
She's
you have anything
cool.
else
I
to
think
talk
everybody in your
about?
group chat's
Do
cool.
you have anything else to talk about?
No, I was really interested in the Myers-Briggs stuff,
Oh,
and
I could go on and on.
I think
about
that
Hey, I could go
I
on
could go on and on about
There's
Hey,
a
I
lot,
could go
you
on
know,
and on
so.
about that. I know there's a lot, you know. So.
is that like your, is that what like that's like one of your that's like one of the things that you're most interested in right now, right?
No, I was a long time ago.
No, I was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more into astrology, that stuff
I'm more
now.
into astrology. That's
Because I've mastered Myers-Briggs,
I've
so
mastered Myers-Briggs, so
a long time ago. So I don't.
a long time
I only
ago, so
do
I
it
don't.
because
I only do
people.
it because people.
I just started typing people
I
you know,
just
on
started
stream
typing
and like
people
typing
you know, on
people in real life
stream.
because people asked me to.
Because people asked
I was
me to.
actually done with MBTI.
I was actually done with MBTI.
Like I wasn't
Mm.
doing, but people knew I was interested in it, and they started talking to me about it because they kind of discovered it. And then they're like, "Oh, he types people. Let me type me."
Let me
I have people's friends like, "Let you know, type me." And so that I've gone into it. Now I'm actually gonna start charging people for it.
I'm actually gonna start charging people.
I'm like, fuck
for
it. I'm good at it. I'm
Yeah.
actually better than most of the
You
people
should,
online.
bro. You should.
And I've been into it longer than most of these people that are charging people.
And
So
I've been
fuck
into it
it.
longer than most of these
Yeah,
people that are
so
charging people. So
I've known too.
You should do. You should do it because you're good at it. You know what I mean? You're
Almost
good
all
at
the
it, so
top
you should charge
MBTI
it because
people,
you're good
like
at it.
famous people, like that do this stuff. I've talked to all of them a long time ago. I've talked to the majority of them.
A long time ago. I've talked to the majority of them.
They all know who I am. Now I don't like most of them. They
Now,
don't
I
know
don't
that,
like
but
most of them.
you know
They
that
don't know
there's
that,
some
but,
other
you
reasons
know,
because of
that
that.
there's
But
some other reasons because of that.
yeah, I'm gonna start charging people for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start charging people.
Definitely. How much do you think you would charge? How much do you think you'd charge?
I'm gonna start really
somebody
cheap,
for it.
and then the more people I do, the more expensive.
The more people I do, the more expensive.
Hmm. Yeah, once your name gets out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your name's already out there, but once you get like
I should
more and more
become.
well
I
known.
I could become. I don't want MBTI to be my main thing. That's my fear. I don't want astrology to be the main thing.
I don't want astrology
You know,
to be the main thing.
maybe the astrology. I don't know. Maybe
the
MBTI.
astrology.
I guess. I don't know.
Maybe MBTI. I guess I don't know.
But
Mm.
that's my blind if I talk. You know, I don't know what I want.
blind
But
if I talk, I don't know what I want.
I kind of want to become like
I
Gary,
kind of want
you know, like
become
Gary the
like
numbers guy. How he has
you know,
this
like
whole
Gary the numbers
numerology
guy,
thing, and
how he has this whole
he's all
numerology
like,
thing, and
you know, he's
all
kind of like he's not
you know,
trolling, but he's kind of like, you know,
he's not
being
trolling, but he's kind of like, you know, being
he's kind of taking numerology and
he's
like
kind of taking numerology
explaining
and
it in a very oddly specific or kind of
oddly specific or
like a funny way and stuff. I kind of want to do that, but with MBTI. I want to be like that version of him, but like
that version of him, but like
with MBTI instead of
with
numerology.
MBTI instead of numerology.
Yeah, I could
Because
see
there isn't
you. I could
anybody
see you using your
YouTube
Because there
like
knowledge.
isn't
that
anybody on YouTube like that.
Yeah,
or anything. Yeah,
I could see
Or
you.
anything, yeah.
I could see you using your knowledge towards something like that, you know, and making money from it and stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Alright.
would be cool. I think you could do it, you know?
Yeah. Alright, well,
Alright, well,
maybe I should wrap this up.
maybe I should wrap this up.
Yeah, yeah, I mean if you want to,
Yeah,
how long has it been? It's
Yeah.
been like what, like 2 hours,
4
3
hours?
hours?
4
4
hours?
hours?
4?
4
Damn.
Yeah.
hours? Yeah.
How was your first 4 hours of 25?
It would be like 2 or
First,
3
It would be
hours
like
or
2
something.
or 3 hours or something.
yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
no, it's good.
no, it's good.
I'm
Yeah,
actually glad
I
I
hope you
started it
figure
this
I'm
out.
actually
way.
glad I started it this way.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, because
yeah.
because also my birthday,
Because also my birthday,
every birthday I get
every birthday
existential.
I
I
get
actually get really
existential.
moody.
I actually get really moody.
I'm kind of melancholic and stuff,
I'm
and
kind of
so
melancholic and
I'm glad I
stuff, and
started
so
this way.
I'm
Actually,
glad
I'm
I
probably do
started
this.
this
This
way.
is probably
Actually,
my
I'm probably
routine
do
every
this. This is probably
birthday.
my routine
Not
every
necessarily live
birthday.
stream, but just like
Not necessarily
talking to
live
somebody
stream, but
like
just like
this. You
talking
know,
to somebody like this.
I
You
might
know,
start
Mhm.
doing that as like a routine
I might start
because
doing that
it
as like a
will get me
routine
out of that
because
kind
it'll
of.
get me
Because
out
I'm
of
laying
that
all
kind
my
of.
thoughts,
Because I'm laying all
everything
my
out,
thoughts,
and
everything
so
out,
keeping it
and
in
so
like my birthday
keeping
and
it in
stuff.
like
So
my birthday and stuff. So
Yeah, yeah, I feel the same way, man. Like last birthday I had, I was so depressed, bro.
yeah.
I was so
Yeah.
fucking depressed, man. I was like so horrible. I genuinely cried, man. I was like, because
Oh, I did
I
last
went through a
year.
really
Oh,
shitty
I did
break.
last year.
Oh yeah, I went through a really shitty breakup, and I was remembering the year before she threw me a birthday party, and I was remembering that, and I was like, oh my God. And then I was like, and I'm 22, I'm just getting older,
Hmm.
and I was like, I had a fight the same day. I had a fight on my birthday with my friend's girlfriend, and I was just like, I cried, bro. And yeah, it's just, it's normal. It's normal to feel that way on your birthday, especially if you don't have what you want to have or something. Like, I didn't feel like I had many friends or some shit. I had like one friend that came over and talked to me. But yeah, I need to let it out. I definitely letting it out is important. On your birthday, you definitely need to like talk to people or something if you feel like shit. Because it's kind of an existential thing. I mean, you're getting older,
Hmm.
so it is pretty existential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap this up.
I think I'm gonna
So.
wrap this up. So.
All right, man. Yeah, I hope you have a good year, right?
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this was a great
Yeah, this
stream
was a
actually.
great stream
Best
actually.
best one so far.
Best one so far.
Really? Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. Majority of them are
I'll
just me
talk to you.
Majority of
staring
them are
at
just me staring at
majority of them are
me.
me staring at
Majority of them are me
videos,
staring at videos,
like wondering why I'm
like
doing this.
wondering why I'm
Why I'm
doing
watching
this.
this.
No, it's
Cringy
cool.
for the audience.
Cringy for the audience.
No, it's cool, man. Hey, what you do is good. Like, don't even worry about it. It's a good concept. I like it. It's
Yeah.
good.
All right. Well,
You know,
it's like
it's a
2:30
good
a.m.
thing to do.
here, but yeah. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
just keep it up, 'cause it's pretty cool. Just gotta keep doing it, Try to collab with other people and,
Yeah, I need to. Yeah,
maybe
I need
charge
to do more
people
of that.
for it after a while.
Yeah.
Getting, typed.
Hmm.
And yeah, should go well.
Hmm.
I think so.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Yeah. You there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, bro.
Mm.
No volume. No volume.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay, I was just gonna say have a good night.
Okay, I was just gonna say have a good night.
now. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. Take care. All right.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Peace.